is a hare. Yes, I know they are food, but he is a golem. We don't know what they eat. They've never wanted to eat before. What else do you want to give him? I'll give him your mother-in-law. Yes, you smile at that one, don't you, Ahmed? And don't you start Dubai. I will give him your wife. She also does not shut up. This is the best meeting ever because she is not here. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Eric, sing with the family.
Oh, that's me.
Other side.
Other side? Oh,
Other
right.
side.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
We're all,
I had it
we're
right
all
the
different
first
perspective. Omar, tell us which one's right.
As
I
the
didn't make a single
as you
mistake, I know that.
as you all look up, as you all look up towards where the top of the mast would be, you begin to see this whirlpool growing above. The blooms of 1,000 petals may fall at your feet every morning. Oh, great emperor, why do you entertain these heathens? Why do you entertain these thieves? Shut up.
Well, it depends if he wants to rest and relaxation there.
Okay, first of all, well done for breaking the tension there, but timing's a little off. And it is warm under here because I am wearing a very ugly Christmas jumper.
Let's go watch a fight.
No.
Terrible people.
Oh, I was thinking something else, like Mr. Pump picking up a donkey and squeezing it until milk comes out.
Milk?
No. No.
Not bun bun. Haw hee, haw hee, haw hee, squish.
Wringing the donkey dry like a dish towel.
And then slap whose backside with it. Or is that just too locker room for this particular moment? Okay,
This entire moment was a lot.
we're going to call this... Eric, you've just invented the chicken bazooka.
Yes. Yes.
We always knew that you had a
Special attack.
brilliant mind.
Right. Special attack. We have to keep a chicken on hand at all
It'll be
times.
XX triangle chicken bazooka. That's
Oh
that's
my.
both of the bumpers at the same time.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, if the golem's got the shits, does anybody need their driveway redone?
Just asphalt straight away.
Yeah.
Asphalt.
All right, Eric, you get an inspiration point for that one.
Yes. Let's go.
Turn on the gas now. We have an awful lot of fire now. Okay. However, it looks like he's taking a shit. And I don't know if I can move this bucket over. No, I can't pick up the bucket.
You need a chicken bazooka that plays like a little jingle, but like a metal jingle when it gets fired.
If we're going for thrash metal, then we need the dragon on vocals. With the bomb! Victory to the bar! Rising from the floor!
Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh.
I hope that came out properly, but I heard it.
We can't. We gotta slay the dragon.
The golems want their own guild.
The Emperor spits out a date. What? The fat on his belly jiggles with anger as he says it. A guild? For mechanical creatures that have no souls? This is preposterous, and also highly entertaining. Guards! Bring the merchant representatives. We shall have a discussion with this intelligent golem. And bring me some more of those little pastries. They're really nice. The Emperor gestures you to sit in his presence. You were getting EMF before. See if we can try another room. Oh, I've got ghostwriting. Shit. Oh, I'm out of here. Fuck that. I'm out of here. Screw that. Bollocks. Right, that one got a bit aggressive. Jesus. One. And we are live. So, good evening, everyone. I do apologise for that. We've had a couple of cancellations over the last few sessions, but things have kind of been going a little awry for a few of our players. So, we've gotten most of the party together. Our Super Squirrel will be joining us a little bit later via audio only. She's got some stuff going on at home, but she doesn't want to be part of the game. In the meantime, we are going to continue with our game. So, last time we left off, you had completed all the floors of the Great Pyramid of King Tepikaimon I, steersman of the Bark of the Sun, Guardian of the Way, Keeper of the What's-It, you know, all that stuff. You had met King Tepikaimon I, or Pharaoh Rocher Tepikaimon I, and all of his mummy hoes. And he guided you to a great golden falcon that was in the tip of the pyramid, which it turns out activated and did something. The tip of the pyramid crumbled away and the falcon took flight with all of you inside it. Some of you kind of losing your lunch on the way, if I remember rightly.
Oh, then.
And as you kind of swooped up into the sky on this magical flying machine, the dragon made a little cameo appearance and kind of buzzed by you, flew in formation a little, and did you a little honor roll of a barrel, an honorary barrel roll, flaming around you as the falcon was flying out into the late afternoon sun. So, let me start with the usual intro. This is episode 23, Jesus Christ. Episode 23, The Discworld. A magical place, flat as its name suggests, and balanced upon the backs of 4 great elephants, who in turn stand upon the shell of the great star turtle Atuin. Deep in the river valley of the Jelly Baby, 2 figures watch as the top of the first great pyramid collapses and a huge golden bird takes flight. Now there's something you don't see every day, comments a small elderly man dressed in orange robes. It won't be this sweeper clearing up all that mess. Or is it not written? It's your own mess, you tidy it up. Ah, the mortal teachings of Mrs. Cosmopolite. Indeed, my friend. Still finally managed to figure that one out. Do they know the challenges they face? Yeah, I doubt it, the monk says, rubbing his aching feet. But I dare say you do. Indeed, I know everything. That has been and will become. I exist outside of time. I am everywhere, and every when, all at once. Yes, existing outside the time. I bet you get rotten headaches too. Any chance of a lift? How about a portent or two? No, it doesn't work that way. Lute, say, what is that device you are wearing? This? He gestures to a small stone column that he carries on his back, cranking the winding handle, and it starts to rotate very slowly. Portable time column. Q reckons when these are fully wound, it offers us an extra hour. An extra hour for what? Anything really. Sometimes I just like a peaceful read. Sometimes I just like to spend a little more time on the Dunnykin. Curious. So, you are beginning Chapter 5. The great golden falcon has taken flight. Eric, you are at the helm, so to speak. The blasting rod, the golden rod that you picked up has been inserted into the floor and is acting like some kind of steering control. The rest of you are pinned into these solid golden seats that are rather uncomfortable, really. Somebody really should have put a cushion there. As the falcon takes flight and flies it up into the skies and begins to slowly circle. Google has decided to stick his head out and check out the. Oh yeah, I didn't update my stream information, did I? Google has stuck his head out and he's taking some notes.
Wait, are we making Google Maps?
Google is making the maps himself.
Yeah. So currently, Google Maps is being created.
He's never had this opportunity to see something from such high up. So he's like kind of scrambled up on the dashboard and he's leaning out and scribbling furiously. If only he had a picture box, that would make he could actually create even more detail with a picture box.
How high up are we? Just out of curiosity.
You're high enough that you can see the pyramids below you, and they look like models.
Okay.
So the Falcon has gained a significant amount of altitude very, very quickly. But you can still make out the pyramids, you can still make out some of the buildings, you can just see the little dots moving around on the ground. You can see the river and as the sun glistens off it in the afternoon light. I've updated it. I neglected to do that. That's my fault. So I have updated the stream information. Hopefully that should update soon. Should refresh soon. Okay. Google's busy. Eric, you're at the helm. Everyone else, I'm sure you're kind of plastered to the windows, just enjoying the view.
Yep.
The first thing I'm going to need everybody to do is to roll Constitution saving throws, because none of you have ever flown before.
Natural 20 for 22. There goes that nat 20.
What a waste.
I know,
It's
it's always
14. So that's a 22 as well.
Okay.
nice.
Marie, if you wish to have alcohol, go ahead, my dear. I've just got the remnants of a bottle of Diet Pop. I've got to keep things kind of tight, so I'm going easy on the alcohol. Brian's fallen out of his chair for some reason. I don't know how that happened.
He must have got in that one.
Failed that. Yeah, he failed that throw.
I'm getting my dice out. I forgot to get them out.
Okay, Sam is
roll.
unavailable, so I'm going to roll for Sam. Sam gets a 14. I think her con is +2, so that'll be a 16, so that's good. Sam's okay.
I think I've probably fallen down on the floor and throwing up all over the place.
And I should roll for the Ranger. So Ranger gets a 15. That's acceptable. I'm wondering if I should roll to see if any of you have vertigo.
Wouldn't that be part of the
Oh, I
con
might have
save?
vertigo.
I mean, do I want to bring up what I wrote into my character in the beginning?
You're tall, but you're not that tall.
No. No.
Okay, so below you, you can see the Gel Valley. So everybody's passed. That's fine. That's great. You can see the Gel Valley below you. You can see the river. You can see the sun as it's coming down in the afternoon sky, and it's shimmering off the river, making it look like a river of gold flowing underneath you, like liquid gold along the surface. Everyone's kind of like staring out of the windows. Sam's definitely going to have vertigo. It's not going to help you with your boots, though. Meanwhile, Mr. Pump is kind of gripping the steering column of this vehicle. How tightly are you gripping this? How good a grip have you got in your shaft?
I mean, I feel like it's pretty good. I don't want to break the
Solid
thing.
grip.
Okay, so you had the moment where the dragon kind of barrel rolled around you, flaming as he went, creating this corkscrew of fire behind you, and then he banked off to the side and disappeared. Where do you want to go?
Well, where you guys want to go?
Second star to the right on until morning.
Well,
Probably daylight. So
let us at least find out if you have control over the vehicle. So, bringing up the map.
I did have an idea, but it would require landing the Falcon first.
So, this green section here is the Degel Valley. So I'm showing this up on stream.
Oh,
there
we go.
This green section here is the Degel Valley. That's the river of the Degel. You were in Sort. That's where you freed the other golems. You have Ephebes to your Widdershins. Turn-wise, we're not really going turn-wise. You really need to be heading out to these islands here. That's your ultimate target. So you're going to be going Widdershins towards the rim. At the moment, you are flying to you're flying straight rimward, which conventionally on this map would look like you're going south, following the river. Remember, there's no north, south, east, west on the Discworld. It's either turnwise, which is this way, or Widdershins, which is that way, and then you've got Hubwood and you've got Rimwood.
So probably we should definitely be heading rimward if we're heading to the islands.
Okay, is anybody else going to attempt to fly the bird, or are you going to leave this in Mr. Pump's hands for now?
I'm not touching Mr. Pump's stick.
Yeah, same.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I have enough faith in the big clay man to fly this thing until I don't.
Yeah, you're new, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I'm the new guy, so.
Okay, Eric. I'll need you to roll an Arcana saving throw. So, intelligence saving throw.
It wasn't. That's not better. That's the same. That's
not me.
That's not good. That is not. Ooh, that's a 1. Not a natural 1. But that is a 1.
So you rolled a 2.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, that's a 0.
So that's an.
I rolled a 3.
That's an unnatural 0.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I rolled a 3 and I have a -3.
Okay, can I ask you also to roll a survival check, which is wisdom?
That's not. It's a little better, but
now he's just holding the stick.
I rolled another 3, So that's a 1.
Okay. So, this is something we're going to be doing regularly while you're in the Falcon. You are going to need to be making regular Arcana checks to keep control of the magical vehicle, and you'll need to be rolling regular survival checks to navigate.
Okay.
Now, none of you, well, you've all seen maps at one point or another. I'm sure we have a ranger that says, oh, I've got a +3 in survival, so I'm great at cartography skills. Not from fucking up there, you're not, buddy.
Because that's what I've got a +3 in both Arcana and Survival.
So if somebody else wants to navigate, that's fine. I'll allow that. If somebody wants to attempt to fly the vehicle,
I have an idea.
it sounds painful.
We talked about this. I think we should go to the library, the Orichalcum. Maybe the instruction manual is there.
So you're going to look for the flight manual for the...
Yeah, or at least, I mean, that's the joke, but maybe there's something I can read that will give me a boost to my intelligence, maybe? Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, because my thing's flipping out, telling me I'm changing audio.
Wonder how much of a delay that Sam's experiencing.
Should just be the usual, like, 5-second delay for Twitch. She's not actually in the Zoom call, so yeah, okay. Okay, so Eric, you attempt to kind of move the stick a little, but it's putting up a lot of resistance. You can't seem to move it out of its straight up position.
Yeah.
And looking out of the window, all you can see is a couple of pyramids, and that's about it. Brian, if we can get a look, are you able to give us a little bit more volume?
I can try.
While Brian is attempting to do that, I will remind everybody that any donations, subs, cheering of bitties or anything, all of that is going to be donated towards Sam and her ongoing legal fund. For those of you that don't know, Sam's been kind of fighting for sole custody of her stepkids, and the lawyers have kind of hit them with some pretty nasty bills. So any revenue that I get from my stream will be donated directly to them. I always suggest you use the donate button because that is commission free. So Twitch don't take their little cut as they do with cheering of bits and such. I am waiting for my Twitch payout at the moment, so there is a payment that's going to be pending towards Sam soon. Just kind of wait till she actually gets her ass online. How you doing, Brian? You like solving world peace there?
Well, I'm trying to figure if there's a way to increase the volume. Got noise reduction. I don't know if that made any change or not. Did it?
A little better. I think it's more that if the mic is on the inline cable from your headset, if that's the mic that you're using.
Oh, it's through Bluetooth. Like I have it down here by my neck. That probably makes it up a little.
Oh, that's way better. Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely way better.
Like this, the whole screen.
Yeah.
Just kind of weave it into the beard, and that.
I was gonna say, just get a piece of tape, maybe.
What are we doing this on stage?
Well, maybe I can kind of braid the cord into my beard.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. If you could actually just hold the microphone into your beard, that would be perfect. Yeah. That won't be terrible at all.
If you go into your sound properties and your microphone, is the gain option available?
Well, that's what I was trying to find out. I'm all messed up with Windows 10.
Okay, if I show you, you
get to it, it's through sounds.
if you're watching it on my stream, go to your search bar and type in Control Panel. You can't do it from the standard Windows settings.
Okay, so configure.
Use Bluetooth headsets on a computer. Do you need a dongle to plug them in for it to connect to?
Yeah.
Because I got
it has Bluetooth built into it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking to get.
So Brian,
if you're 15 sets of Bluetooth headsets, and
if you're in Control Panel,
how to connect to my computers.
On sounds, recording, find your mic, go to properties, and then you've got levels, and you should have a microphone boost.
Yeah, the only option here is just like a max volume at 100%.
Okay, it looks like you're going to be wearing your mic then.
Well, like I could switch over to the other headset, so
it's actually not too bad at the minute. Let's see how we go. Otherwise, yeah, you might just have to kind of staple it to the side of your face.
Well, I could go with the other headset though, the wireless headset.
Okay, you're okay for the moment though. Let's continue. Right, so Eric, you are trying to gain control, trying to kind of move the flight stick of the Falcon, but it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. The only thing that's lit up is the rod that you've inserted in. What looks to be like a kind of a dashboard in front of you is just blank. It's all polished, kind of gold plated, or could be solid gold for all you know. But it's just gold. This gold dashboard in front of you is completely blank. The only thing you've got is the little hole that the rod fitted into it that's got like a little spiral design kind of carved into it, and it's been inlaid with like a red stone of some sort. That's what the rod's in, the glowing runes on the rod because it's activated, and then the seats that you're all sitting on.
Yeah. I need to change this light bulb. It's an LED light bulb, and I think it's dying out on me. Okay, so what if I try to touch the dashboard?
Okay, you kind of
like
poke
in a like, ooh, shiny.
Shiny.
Ooh, shiny.
Nice and shiny. Okay, let's roll for gin.
What? Wait, what? No.
Last time you buffed anything shiny, what happened?
I will nosedive this.
Well, I'm on it.
Yeah, the last time Mr. Pump picked up something shiny, it had a rather pissed off genie inside it. That was not a fun combat, if I remember.
No. Not as bad as the Karens, but still not great.
Yeah, that's true. I got lucky with the genie, but not with the Karens.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can boost up Brian's audio. I don't think I've got options for that. I can put him in the waiting room.
Unless he's got his audio, his Zoom setting cranked all the way up, unless he's going Zoom web.
No, I don't think Zoom gives me audio options for participants.
No, but he can do it himself. He had the regular Zoom.
No. Okay, we'll work along with it. We might have to give you subtitles. Shivin, welcome, sir. Welcome. Right, so Mr. Pump kind of reaches out towards this kind of polished golden console or dashboard that's in front of him. It's where you would typically find instruments of some sort if you were in an aircraft or any kind of vehicle. And you kind of tap it and you're kind of rubbing it, but nothing's happening. Oh, watch out! Insert name here. Last time you rubbed anything gold and shiny, that didn't work out so well for us, did it?
Just hush and look out the window, okay?
I'm picturing the con on the Enterprise.
Sorry, that was not in character at all.
Insert name here. Would you mind banking over to the left a little? I didn't quite catch some of the detail in the lower valley.
The temptation to just quickly, if no one else was in the Falcon, if it was just Google, just bah!
I wonder if that's what Chewie thinks on a regular basis.
Can I see if I can turn on the consoles?
Yeah, if you want to give me an Arcana roll, please.
Okie dokie. 17? No, yes, 17.
Okay, you run your hands over the console, kind of randomly pressing areas on the console, but no, still nothing's happening.
Looking at I want to look at the walls. Is there anything on the walls of the cockpit that looks like there might be buttons?
So the way the cockpits are laid out, you've got the kind of dashboard directly in front of Mr. Pump, and basically one pilot's chair. Behind that, there are 3 rows of 2 seats.
Okay.
So you've got a pair of seats, and a pair of seats, and they all look like they're basically very. They kind of look like the Tetris piece, you know, the little L-shaped Tetris piece with a little base on the bottom. Very angular, very square, very shiny, and they're just set there in rows. And you're kind of like leaning. You're sitting down at the moment in one of them, leaning around, looking and seeing what's available. And you notice that it is quite a little bit slippery. It's also very hard. To the either side of Mr. Pump, where the walls of the cockpit would be, there's also these very large, smooth panels. The rest of the cockpit has like a textured feel to it. It looks like there's lots of horizontal lines and ridges running all the way over it. And that stretches down behind you to the staircase behind you, which is where you came in. Directly above the dashboard, you've got some windows that are set in like a panoramic view, so you can look out. Well, Mr. Pump can look out clearly to the left and the right, as well as straight ahead. You haven't got much up and down view unless you kind of stand up and lean right the way forward. And then above you is again another smooth, curved section, which would have been the head of the Falcon. And again, that's completely polished smooth, potentially looking like it could have controls or something. So imagine you're in the cockpit of something like a wide-body jetliner, like a big old 747, but there's just no instruments. There's no dials, there's no switches, no nothing. It's all just polished gold metal.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Google, do you have any tips on how this might work?
I'm not too really sure, insert name here. I don't think flying golden automatons comes under my programming.
Maybe I should try and land this thing.
That may be a good idea, Mr. Insert name here, but I'm not too sure how you would go about doing that. And I really would not suggest you just pull that control stick out.
Well, you don't know anything about it, do you?
Very true, sir. There's a little streak of this greeny purple light as Google zips back to the box, dives down inside. You hear the hatch close and a bolt slide across.
All right, so no Google for a little while.
Nope, no Google mapping for a bit.
Google is battening down the hatches. This ride could get bumpy.
As long as we don't crash, it's like to keep a ride for a while.
As long as you don't. Oh, portentous.
Dare I try anything?
I mean, I couldn't turn them on.
Can I get the rest of the party to roll me a investigation roll? Add all your bonuses that you can. You're all now looking for some kind of control surface or knobs or buttons or anything that you can press.
17.
17. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Oh, I got a 14.
Sam's having a look around. Sam, can I get an investigation roll from you, please? I'll roll for Dustin.
Light bulb decided to work again.
Dustin got a 2, so that would be 5. While we wait for Sam's dice roll, 8. Okay, thank you very much, Sam. Not a great amount of help, though, but thank you. Mark, as you're kind of looking around the cockpit, you kind of get up from your seat and you head back to the back of the head of the Falcon, back towards the stairs that you'd walked up. And you notice that the staircase that you climbed up into the head is no longer a staircase. It's a doorway, and the stairs have kind of, rather than being at an angle, they've kind of straightened up. Now, thinking about it spatially, when you entered the Falcon, it was standing upright with its head pointing down at you. And almost as if the backbone was the stairs, the backbone is now straight in line with the head. So you've got a long walkway through the body of the Falcon, which you can inspect if you want to.
Yes, I'll take a walk down the walkway.
Okay. You kind of duck under the doorway because the doorway is quite low. You duck under the doorway and you walk down, and you can see that kind of ribbed, like horizontal lines is kind of covering the walls of this corridor. And there's not much of a corridor. It seems like everything about this vehicle has been hidden away. Any mechanics that might operate it or any machinery that could be inside is hidden away from view. As you get towards what would be the arse end of the Falcon, not the tail, you're not going to get all the way out there, but as you get towards the poop chute, you notice there is the kind of horizontal lines. There's a small section of it that seems to have a little square outline, and it's set right in the very back wall.
I'm gonna push it.
Okay, you push on this section, nothing happens.
Pretty sure that's a cargo door.
I'm gonna feel around for an indentation that I could grip to pull towards me.
The door is about the size of a hardback book, so it's not much bigger than that. So not particularly large. And again, it's got the horizontal stripes blending in with the rest of the wall. It's just that with a 17, you were really looking hard for this thing, and you've just seen the kind of vertical lines where the seams would meet. You pressed on it, you kind of try and get a fingernail into it, but you're not having any luck.
All right, so the lines are there with the horizontal lines. Are they like, is it ridges? Is like there's indentations and it's like a ridge type thing where I could grab in between two a raised bit and pull.
Not quite ridges. Imagine if you had like a cushion and there was stitching going across it.
Okay.
So you've got that little curved surface. That kind of undulating curved surface.
Right, okay.
Opens this.
That's me. Hope it says me.
Okay, while you're doing that, Eric, you are still kind of wrestling with the control stick. The Falcon is still kind of banking very slowly to the right. And it's kind of circling around the area that you've been. If you look out towards your right, you can see that the horizon isn't quite low. And you can actually see the pyramid that you emerged out of.
Okay. So he's gone in a bit of a circle. I want to see what happens if I let go for just like a second, like just like that, and then
Okay. You
I want to see if that.
you release the control stick.
Yeah.
It can the craft just continues to bank in that long lazy circle.
Okay, so I can walk around
If you choose to, yeah.
potentially without 8 intelligence.
So this is I'm like eventually
I mean, for a bard, the most intelligence you require is operating a harp.
right.
Because a
But
lute
even
is just
still,
strumming.
Intelligence is average.
Oh, well,
Because usually when you're looking at typical humans,
that's why I'm
like
an
the
entertainer.
average stats are between 8 and 10.
Hmm. Yes, average intelligence, just which is why he's an entertainer. You don't have to be smart to be an entertainer. Just ask your bass player.
Because I feel like I want to look around the Falcon as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If someone can just keep an eye on the level, just in case.
I'm like, I'm gonna come back up, tell the guys what I found back at the end, but I'm like completely lost to how to activate there's got to be some way to activate this indentation, pull it out. I'm at a loss, but if you want to go check it out, I'll hold the stick while you go, or try to keep us level.
Yeah, we'll see how that works.
Okay, Eric, can I get an investigation roll from you again, please?
Yeah. oh, sorry. Hang on. Hey. So that's 17. Investigation, you said, yeah?
Yep.
So 14.
14. Okay. As you climb out of the seat, you look around and you see the flat panels to either side of you that look like they're just polished, but completely glass-like smooth. Same as the panel in front of you, and then you've got the panel above you, above your head. At the very top of that panel, let's call it like a big triangle above your head that's been polished smooth, there is, rather than a point or like a flat square, there's a rounded off section that has a slight dome to it.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you can hear the bard back in the cargo area, kind of poking and scraping and banging the wall. You're not entirely sure what's going on there, but I mean that's bards for you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go check out what he's looking at.
Just in case he destroys the hotel room in the meantime.
And I want to see if I can press it.
Okay.
Or anything.
Mark, if you want to explain what you found.
Yes, I'm like explain to him that there's a square that's not quite flat with the walls back here. Almost, I would say it's a button, but I press, nothing happens. I can't pull it out. I'm not sure if I can grab anything. Maybe you can figure out something. Maybe it doesn't react to humans. Maybe it reacts to constructs. I don't know. Clearly, you want to punch it. You want to break it.
I'll just try and push it. See if anything happens.
As Mr. Pump touches the kind of book-sized hatch that you found in the wall, as you touch it, you see a ring of runes appear in the golden surface.
Sam. Wait, is this? You said it's book sized?
It's about the size of like a hardback book.
Is this the manual?
All that's happened when you've touched it is this ring of runes has appeared.
Don't. Keep your hand there. I'm going to cast comprehend languages on myself. Can I understand what those runes say?
You can't read them now.
Shit. Okay. Not even with the spell comprehend languages?
No, not even with the spell. You have seen some of the runes before.
Okay.
You've seen them on the body of the golem when he gets really angry. You've also seen similar runes engraved on the rod that he picked up at the foot of the Falcon.
Okay. And I will relay this information to, hey, these look like stuff. The runes on the rod and the runes I've seen on you when you get pissed off. And I slowly back away from the golem.
All right, so I've just touched the thing, right?
You've touched it, and there's this circle of runes has appeared on the kind of mirrored gold surface.
Can I push it at all, or does it just?
You can't push it. You can't push it. You can't pull it. You can't move it.
Right.
But as soon as you touched it, this ring of runes has appeared. Bing, fries are done.
How's Google feeling right now? Google.
Yeah, you hear nothing from Google. There's from the tiny little box that you wear on the chain around your neck, you hear the sound of like scrabbling, and then the sound of somebody kind of exerting themselves, and then a click, 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 click. Almost as if Google is putting on a really small little parachute.
Huh. I feel like the only other place we could go to again is the Orichalcum, where we might have success in finding runes.
Okay, Eric, when you touch the wall, that little section of the wall, did you just touch it and remove your hand, or have you touched it and you've kept your hand there, or?
I would probably keep my hand there. I'm
okay.
Curious about.
As you kind of like tap on the box to try and get Google's attention, your hand turns slightly, and the ring of runes turns with it.
Oh. Do I notice that?
Let's say yes.
Okay. Did anything else happen?
So. As you turn, you see the ring of runes turns, and just above the disc, as you turn, each symbol is kind of displayed on the top as you turn it.
Oh, we really need to figure out what these are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I just choose one, what's the coolest looking rune? I'm gonna choose the coolest looking rune and put it up there.
Okay. The coolest looking rune looks like a very. If they were drawn geometrically, they would look like Nordic runes, very angular.
All right.
But because of the culture and the style of writing, they're kind of swooping like brush strokes. So rather than being very sharp, angular runes, these are kind of swooping, curved, thinner and thicker kind of brush strokes that have gone into this. So it's much more of a calligraphic kind of rune. It doesn't resemble the language of the gel. It doesn't look like any language that you've ever seen before because they are very geometric shapes. But the coolest looking one looks like a thin line that gets thicker and thicker, with another thin line that gets thicker and thicker, and then two more from below. So it kind of takes the shape of a diamond, where the tip crosses top and bottom.
Yeah.
You turn your hand until the diamond, the kind of diamond and a half pops up, and then you release your hand.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, there's a grin I don't like.
There's a rumbling from the Falcon. You can feel the whole Falcon starting to shake.
Mm-hmm. And
the rumbling is getting worse. You can also
what's happening out the window?
You can also find yourself kind of leaning forward a little, almost as if you're losing speed.
I run up and grab the control rod stick.
Okay, can I get an Arcana roll from you, please?
Yeah.
This is from Mark.
A 10.
So this is at the back of the plane?
Yeah, the three of, well, the two of you are at the back of the plane at the moment. Mr. Pump and the Bard. Brian, you're still up in the cockpit?
Yep.
And our rogue is in the cockpit as well, I know that much. Good night, Marie. Have a good one. I'll probably end up talking to you tomorrow. I'll try and get the video uploaded tonight before you wake up. Brian, you noticed that from where you are, the horizon, you're in this long, lazy banking turn up to now. The Falcon seems to be tipping back slightly. So where you could see the horizon in front of you, that kind of disappears, as if the Falcon is nosing up very slightly. And the whole bird starts to shut up. Mark, you try and grab hold of the control stick, and nothing happens. You can't move it. The runes on it are still lit, but you've got absolutely no control. Completely dead stick. Okay. No amount of moving or strength is getting it to move or making it respond.
I would like to try and turn the runes back, if possible.
Okay, you touch, you spin your hand back vertical to the way it would have been, and the kind of runes that kind of click through their display as you turn, you get to the null point when there's just nothing displayed above the ring. After a second or two, the shuddering starts to disappear. Brian, you notice that the Falcon's nose has dipped back down again, but it's still in this long, lazy right turn.
Kind of have a feeling I know what it is, but my character wouldn't know what it is.
Right.
I'll yell back, turn it the other way.
If any of you fly regularly, you'll know exactly what's going on.
Well, I don't fly it regularly, but I did go through air cadets and went up in a glider, so I know the basic controls.
I'm sitting in the back in the airplane.
Well, I used to travel about 2 or 3 times a month when I was working with my last company. Most of them, they would be flights. I've had flying lessons, and I used to fly model aircraft as well. So basic aeronautic engineering, that's kind of what I studied at uni. So I'm kind of giving you as many clues as I can without spelling it out.
Well, I have.
Well, that's why I don't want to say anything either.
I would imagine it has to do with the tail of the Falcon, because we're at the back.
Could be. Could be.
But I'm gonna leave that for now, and I want to start putting my hand on other things. On the Falcon, specifically on the Falcon.
So you're just gonna fondle the entire cabin?
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
It's a good thing you don't leave fingerprints.
Apparently, even from my perspective at this point, it appears that he's the only one who can control this thing.
Which is not great.
Right.
Okay, so Eric, you're going to explore the rest of the rear compartment of the Falcon?
I mean, yeah, I might make my way up if there's nothing else of interest, but
the entire kind of tunnel that you're standing in is a good 15 feet wide, 15 feet tall.
Yeah,
it's got this kind of almost like a cushion that's had vertical stitching put into it, like that kind of ribbing that you would see in like a kind of puffy feather jackets or something. So it's got that kind of ribbed feeling on the wall for her pleasure.
Yeah.
And you're kind of touching everything as you go, and nothing else is lit up in that way. You get back to the cockpit. You kind of duck underneath the doorway, and you can see this kind of 3 rows of pairs of seats, and then the 7th seat in front of you. The rogue is still kind of running her hands over everything, looking for something to kind of shove a dagger into, or looking for a lever to pull. Typical rogues. The cleric is also kind of like looking around, looking for gaps. The cleric probably could be doing a better job of this. He does have all the tools available to him. But
You're saying like check magic?
Well, to be fair, you're in a flying golden falcon. If you cast detect magic, you're just going to be blinded by everything you see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this thing is magical.
It's like looking directly into a headlight because you're looking for light.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's like putting on the night vision goggles in a lit room.
Well, that's more what I was alluding to.
Yeah.
Eric, are you going to be kind of hopping back into the pilot seat, or are you just going to explore the rest of the cabin?
There was nothing from the dashboard. Like, if I put my hand directly on it and hold it there.
Nothing happened.
Okay.
Is there anything under the dashboard?
It seems to just be completely solid. The kind of panel kind of slopes at you at about a 60-degree angle, and then it just goes straight down to the floor.
Okay, so it's not like a panel, and then it would be okay.
There's no footwell, there's no pedals or anything that you can see. Nothing like that.
But there's no like you have. I'm gonna put the easiest comparison would be like Starfleet panel, where you have the panel where all the buttons would be, and then it would go down to the floor. It's like, I guess you'd say it's the bottom half where, is that all smooth too, or is that like ridged with?
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. So yeah, you've got the polished kind of polygonal triangular shaped panel in front of you, just below the windows. But then where it goes straight down to the floor, that's got that ridged texture to it.
Nothing, and there's no extra indentations, carvings, like that back book shape.
Not that you can see here. The only thing that isn't a kind of that ribbed shape or completely polished smooth is the thing at the very top of the overhead panel, a kind of oval shape that's got a slight convex kind of shape to it.
Mr. Pump, why don't you try touching that thing, see if something happens?
All right. I'll do that.
He's probably the only one tall enough to either.
Okay, so you're going to kind of press your hand against it?
Yeah.
Okay, give me another Arcana roll.
Arcana. Well, it was twice as good as last time. So we've got a 3.
How's that twice as good as last time?
Because I rolled a 3 last time.
So if you got some bum dice, you've got a 1.5
I rolled
on
a
your
6.
dice. You rolled a 1.5 last time. He was really trying.
I rolled a 3 with a -3 last time. This time I rolled a 6. So
okay, so you touch your hand against that panel. The panel, this kind of curved, oval shaped panel in the ceiling, kind of glows at your touch.
Okay. Am I able to turn anything there?
Well, when you touch it, it starts to glow. You see, the rest of you who are not looking at Mr. Pump, the rest of you see the dashboard kind of start to light up.
I really thought there's going to be like the in-cab light in a car. that
the
was
on
it.
button.
Just turn the light on.
Turn the light off. I'm driving.
But sorry, continue.
The rest of you see the dashboard kind of light up, In most instances, there are runes all over the dashboard, but they seem to be grouped together in segments. Some of the on the frontal dashboard, some of the kind of things that light up look like pictograms or drawings. They're not lit up in the panel; they're kind of hovering just above it. So almost like almost if there's a little holographic projection just above the surface.
Yeah.
The overhead panel lights up, and you see what looks like some very large kind of bars on a bar chart. And to the left and the right, you see again some of the runes, again shaped into, grouped together into sections, and you've got what looks like circles that are kind of spinning around. They're actively moving. Also, there's a little ping and the overhead light comes on.
Is that engine 1 and engine 2? Is that what those are?
If it'd been a higher roll, I could have told you more.
I'm nervous to touch anything.
Does the control the stick get any easier for me when he touches that and things power up?
You still have no control over the stick.
Okay.
What you do see in front of you, though, Mark, is you've got the groups of the runic shapes, none of which you recognise. You can see some pictograms that show. One of them looks like a circle with a horizontal line through it that's currently tilted over slightly to the right.
Oh.
And in front of you, just as you get to the top of the control panel, the top section, you see, again, almost projected off of the surface of the panel, you see a little pictogram made of lots of little dots. And you can see one that kind of looks like a 3D shape of a pyramid. And then a 3D shape of a dotted line running next to the pyramid. And it's turning very slightly.
Do we have, like, satellite imagery?
Holographic.
Okay, so is my hand still on the thing?
For the moment, yeah.
If I take it off, does it go away?
It doesn't.
Cool. All right, I'm going to go back to the staff.
Okay, I will hand over the stick.
Okay, you have all successfully found the on switch. Oh.
Yeah, that was no.
Okay, as you're kind of settling yourself back down in the pilot's seat, you sit down and immediately two straps kind of shoot out from either side of your shoulders. They seem to be like kind of not rectangular, but they're quadrilateral shapes. They're kind of squares, but with the kind of edges just chipped off to make like a parallelogram. And these sections, almost like a really fancy chain or a watch strap, kind of shoot over your shoulders and down towards your waist. Two more chains come up from either side of you and lock into the center. Any of you who are sitting down also notice that these kind of safety harnesses kind of like spring up and then lock you into your seat.
So is it a 4-point or a 5-point?
4-point.
Okay.
They're very shiny.
Is there any baklava on this Falcon?
Hang on.
Well,
In-flight catering? No, you didn't restock.
We need to talk to the catering next time.
Catering at this particular departure location was lacking a little.
This is a short flight. There will not be any mid-flight.
It could well be a short flight. As you were kind of getting locked into your seat, and you see that the Falcon is still making this long, slow, lazy turn. you can see that the sun is getting really close to the horizon at this point. Starting to get
Okay.
very, very late.
I want to try and ever so gently, ever so slightly, tilt the staff in the opposite direction of the way that the Falcon is turning.
Nothing happens.
Okay, there's one other thing that I was thinking of. You said there's a little spiral at the bottom.
Yep.
Where the staff I would like to try and twist the staff and see if anything happens.
Okay, you twist the staff in the connection, and you feel the staff loosen.
No, twist it back.
Whoops, that was a good thought. I would have known where I was going next, but you know.
Drew, thank you for joining, sir. By the way, Sam has unlimited baklava in her bag of holding. She starts handing out some very sticky in-flight sweets. Within 5 minutes, there's syrup over almost everything in sight.
Ugh.
All over the seats, all over the control panel, all over Mr. Pump.
I cast prestidigitation to clean everything up.
For some unknown reason, without even knowing what it is, I'm going to ask for a ginger ale. I don't know why. I don't know what this is.
That's a 17. A small flask gets pulled out of Sam's bag of holding. It opens with a pop.
Fizz fizz.
I can't even drink.
You hear a bolt slide across in the little box under your chest, and the hatch pop open. Oh, is that ginger beer? Everybody, run! He might know Commander Vime's famous ginger beer trick. And the hatch shut, and hear the bolt slide across. You briefly noticed that when Google popped up, he was wearing a 6-point harness of some sort and something on his back.
I'm going to ask if anybody else has any ideas.
I don't know. I would suggest some peanuts, but that's just me. Pretzels, maybe.
Now, when he turned on the panels lit up, did anything happen to the walls with the gridded style walls, or are they just blank?
All the walls have got that kind of rib stitching effect to it. They're as they are. The only things that have had any kind of instruments light up are the polished, smooth, flat surfaces.
Okay.
There's no ambient lighting or anything like that.
Only the kind of the map reading light at the top.
Oh right. Yeah.
Because
can I try to? Is there a vent that I can adjust? Get a little warm in here.
Let's get a roll from you then. Arcana roll, please.
No, my comprehension language is
a 17, so 14.
Okay. You kind of like randomly push things above your head, seeing what's going to happen. One of them, as you touch where the hieroglyphs are, kind of just like floating on the surface of the panel, they seem to get brighter. You hear a whirring sound, and the kind of window in front of you starts to slide down.
Whoa.
All of a sudden, there's a huge scream of rushing air flowing into the Falcon. Those of you who are buckled into your seats manage to stay in position. Any of you who are standing are thrown to the back of the aircraft as this basically typhoon of air comes flowing straight.
That would probably have been me, because I probably never got back to my seat. I was still trying to.
But I'm gonna press it again.
All the humans, you find that your ears start suddenly popping, and this intense squealing sound in your ears. Because you are at an altitude you have never been before. You also find it incredibly hard to breathe.
I want to press the button again.
Okay, give me another Arcana roll, please.
Oh, come on. It's the same button.
But the rune has changed.
4. It's a 1.
This is where the audience needs to redeem a D20. Audience, anybody in the audience want to redeem a D20? Sam, you don't care.
Wait, somebody. Damn.
I'm gonna keep pressing. There's another 4. There's a 3. It's getting worse. It's a
Right.
6. Let me try my other dice.
I'm gonna
I've
climb
tried
up
and that
there.
didn't work. Let me see if I can.
Well, that was the with
There's a 16. I got a 16. That's a 13 total.
Right. Mark, when you do roll d20, you've got to say what it's for. You've got to type in what it's for when you redeem.
No, I didn't redeem it. I didn't
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, Sam was. I was trying to comprehend languages on the hieroglyphs, and I already tried that.
Okay, well, I've rolled a 19, so I'm going to let you do that, Eric. You start stabbing around everywhere, and most of the time you're pressing the same rune that you were pressing before.
Yeah.
And nothing was happening. You press the one next to it.
Did I fat finger it?
You press the one next to it, and the canopy starts to kind of creep back up. Suddenly, the scream of air inside the cabin dies down to nothing. And for those of you that were kind of gripping your ears with the kind of squealing, tinnitus, ear popping kind of pressure, that kind of starts to dissipate. So what you had was effectively 2 buttons, open and close. And you were just jabbing the open one over and over and over again. If anything, it should have opened faster. You also now recognize. You've also now learned the 2 runes for open and close.
Okay.
You might want to make a note of that.
Yeah.
Can you point those out to me so that I can comprehend, so that I have them I can put them into my comprehend, learn them, so the next time I have comprehend languages up, so that's up for an hour.
Okay.
So I can start deciphering things, open and close, and I'm sure.
Do you have what runes are those?
I can't tell you the shape because I haven't made that shit up yet. But let's just say you just know the runes for open and close.
All right.
Sam, you are going to have to go to the back wall of the cockpit and scrape the baklava off, in order to kind of start handing more out.
Do we have? Are there post-it notes in in the Discworld that we could just put up there? Can I interact with the? Can I reach the panel from where I am when I'm sitting down?
You can, yeah. It's literally directly above you.
The dashboard though.
The dashboard, yeah. It's everything's within arm's reach.
Okay.
It's actually a very well designed cockpit for a golem of your size.
Huh. Go figure.
It's almost as if it was intentional.
Yeah. Interesting. Can I interact with the cockpit or the panel in front of me?
You can do. You've got no idea what most of the symbols mean, though. You want to start pushing things at random?
We've got the spinny things on the sides.
On the side panels, either side of your seat, you've got several circles that are kind of turning. Above you, you've got what look like bar charts showing that are moving up and down, almost like a power meter or like a graphic equalizer. They're directly above you. In front of you, you've got several sections with hieroglyphs. You recognize that some of those also say open and close on them.
Okay.
You've got some pictograms. You've got what looks like a horizon indicator, which is a circle with a horizontal line through it. It's kind of leaned over to one side as the Falcon is banking over. Are you sure your light isn't on a sensor and you need to move more?
No. It's an LED lamp that's gotten old. It's like a cheap LED bulb that's gotten old, I'm pretty sure. I think it heats up and shuts off.
Ah, right. And then right at the top of the dashboard, just below the window, you've got this kind of 3D holographic, almost terrain map of the terrain directly below you and around you. And as you're turning, as the Falcon is kind of slowly banking around in a circle, the map is turning very slowly with it.
It's just, I wonder if this thing is voice activated.
Well, Dustin's cloak has a command word, which he has only recently learned. So it wouldn't be outside the rules of the world.
So, afraid of what to say.
Give me a intelligence roll, please. You two as well, Mark.
God. 2.
17, so that's where's my intelligence? Oh, right. 14.
The open and close icons, when you were twiddling the panel, you noticed that one of them was there as well.
I really wish the comprehend languages worked here.
All right, so if I try to stand up, is the harness gonna?
No, the harness is holding you in place.
Can I is there something I can press on the harness?
Well, the kind of the vertical pieces and the horizontal lap belt, they all meet into like a central circle disc. You touch the disc and they retract.
Yes, nice. All right, I want to go back.
Just don't touch the kind of wire loop with the black and yellow stripes on it.
I'm gonna go back to where the book-sized thing was that I put my hand on earlier.
Okay, you touch it, you see the ring of runes pop up. You see the symbol for open and close appear several times with another rune or another 2 runes next to them.
Okay.
So this disc looks like it may control multiple functions.
Okay. If everyone please return to your seats.
Ding.
I grabbed.
If you'll notice, if you'll notice,
the pilot has turned on the safety belts. Please return to your seats.
I am going to jump into the pilot seat and keep an eye on the panel and see if anything lights up when he starts fucking with shit.
Okay.
Please return your tray tables to their upright and locked positions.
But they're broken.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it to the open position.
There are several.
There's several.
There are several groups of runes that have the symbol for open included in them.
I see. I'm gonna turn it to the first open position.
Okay, you turn it to the first open position. You hear a grinding sound, and the floor behind you starts to kind of
Close.
open.
Close.
Okay, you close that one.
He's about to drop the stairwell down.
I just want that picturing that let's see what this does. Nope.
Yeah, that shit really needs a warning label, doesn't it?
Yeah, right.
Or a handrail.
I mean, there
Just a
probably
handrail.
is one.
So that's a stairwell.
Is there a larger above those runes? Is it labeled at all, that section?
No, it's just as you turn the disc, as you turn this top section up here just changes to display the rune.
Okay, that's all it is.
Or a group of runes.
Right, I want to go to the next open position and see what that does.
Okay, you move to the next open position. You hear the kind of grinding noise, and then the Falcon starts to shudder again. Brian, you notice that the horizon kind of dips away.
Okay, so we're raising when I do that.
Did I see anything light up on the panel in front of me?
You notice the Mark, the kind of horizontal indicator with the circle with the horizontal line. The horizontal line has dropped down a little.
Okay.
So the Falcon has lifted its nose up. And the whole Falcon is vibrating.
Okay, I'm gonna flip that to close.
Okay. A few seconds later, the vibrations stop. The indicator line on the dash kind of moves back to the center, and you can see that the horizon appears again.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the next one.
Move around to the next one. this is the third and final one that has that open symbol to it.
Yeah.
And as you open to it, you see an outline of this, where you think the outline of the door is. You've got two little vertical lines that look like seams in the wall, and then the other one, the horizontal seams are kind of hidden amongst the shaping of the wall. There's a little square that starts to glow. And as you pull your hand away, the hatch opens.
The hatch.
Inside, you see a single scroll of paper.
Wait. Is this like...
He probably was the owner's manual.
No, it's a lot more profound than that. I've been hinting at this for weeks.
Is this golem technology?
Would seem appropriate, given it's got the same runes that you have.
Right. And it's got a chem.
It would resemble a chem, yes.
Is there anything on the paper?
You'd have to take it out to read it.
Ooh, I don't want to do that.
You always put it back in quickly.
Oh, does that work though? Does it work? Yeah, it does. Yeah. I want to once again make sure that everyone is seated and buckled in properly.
Yeah, well, I'm in the captain's chair.
Is there anything for me to hold on to?
No, the walls are completely smooth, unless you hold on to the door itself.
Yeah, we're just going to go for it then. I want to very quickly take the piece of paper and see if there's any writing and then put it back.
Okay, the paper's rolled up.
Yeah. Is it possible?
Okay, so you'll have to pick it up, unroll it, read it, if you can read it, roll it back up, and then put it back in the little hatch.
I don't necessarily want to comprehend. I just want to see if there's words.
Okay.
Right?
The minute you touch the paper, all power of the Falcon disappears, and the bird just drops. Everyone who's not belted in is kind of pushed up against the ceiling as the bird enters complete freefall. You feel the nose kind of tip down as the aerodynamics take over, and Mr. Pump, you are lifted off of your feet by the zero gravity and pushed up into the back corner of the ceiling.
Can I reach the...
You're still holding the chem.
Yeah, can I reach the space?
Not from where you are now, no. As
can
you
I push
unroll
off
the
of something?
chem,
Yeah.
there are words written on the chem.
Okay, can I push off of something to get myself down towards the...
You can try. Get an acrobatics check from me, please.
Six.
Okay, you push off one wall and the ceiling, and you find yourself kind of floating and spinning all over the place. You can't get back to the hatch. Everybody else that's in the cockpit, the first thing that happens is that the forward momentum stops, and then the bird starts to tip down and then plummet towards the ground. The instruments, Mark, that you're looking at start flashing like crazy. Many of the runes start lighting up and blinking at you. The horizontal indicator kind of dips, and you see some of the runes, the symbols start to scroll up vertically, changing really fast as the Falcon dives down. You're all kind of pulled into your seats. You feel like you're being lifted out of your seat, like you're on a roller coaster, like your bum's almost being pulled off the seat, and only the straps are holding you in.
Can I try that? Can I try pushing off again?
Yep, go ahead.
It's an 11.
The cockpit, you see that the ground is starting to get closer. The pyramids that looked like a little model layout in front of you, like you'd see at a theme park or something, are getting bigger. They are more than double the size that they were. The numbers on the dashboard are screaming past as you're losing altitude.
I'm pulling as hard as I can to try and I'm back on the stick.
You have no control. There's no power.
Fuck.
most of the symbols have turned off. You've only got the few in front of you on the dashboard that's still visible. Eric, you try and push off. You kind of just pinwheel. You're just kind of circling in the air, like flailing your hands and legs. If only this world had mag boots, that would be amazing. For any of you that don't know, I'm a huge fan of the TV series The Expanse. From a physics point of view, it is the most accurate portrayal of space physics that you will ever see on television. The way you move, the way you react in space, the way you tumble out of control, it is almost perfect. The author did a great job of that with the books, and the TV series has been amazing. It's been so good.
It's Google. Please.
As the bolt goes back, boing, the flap pops out, and Google kind of comes floating out. The imp has got like what looks like a backpack strapped to him. What on earth did you do? Insert name here.
I'm going to give him the chem and explain that it needs to go in there. Any way that he can possibly get it with. Even if maybe I need to throw him.
Opposed strength check? I don't think so.
Gently toss, push towards.
There will be no tossing here.
Just like kind of push him at it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
We can't
How
toss.
far
There aren't any dwarfs here to toss.
from the cockpit to where he is? What's the distance?
About 30 feet.
Boom. Mage hand. Grab the chem. Throw it in the box.
Okay, you cast Mage Hand.
Send it back to him.
Google is Eric. Mr. Pump's already kind of reaching out towards Google with the chem, but the Mage Hand scoops Google and the chem up and pushes the chem into the box. Google kind of goes into the box with him, and he's kind of scrolling the bit of paper back up. As soon as the chem is in the box, the lights start to come back on. You hear the whine as the power starts to come back, and the Falcon starts to shudder like crazy as it begins to try and pull out of this dive. And the Falcon is doing that on its own. Mark, you realise that you actually have no control over this craft.
Interesting.
The numbers are still streaming up as you're losing altitude, but they're starting to slow down as you start to kind of level the Falcon out. After about a minute, the Falcon is in level even flight, and it's resumed that kind of low, lazy circling, but you're at a very low altitude. You've lost a lot of altitude.
So Google's in the box with the chem.
The hatch's door isn't shut.
Yeah.
But Google's in there with the chem.
But can he look at the chem?
Yes.
What does it say?
Hold on, insert name here. I'm going to have to run this through several variations of language to do a proper translation.
I wish I could have read it because my comprehend language might have helped.
I don't know how to describe it. The word is entirely unfamiliar. It seems something like create fly, but that doesn't actually work because several of these runes are in the wrong order to be the word create. Bear with me one more moment. Google kind of looks through some of the notes that he's been taking. You see him pop back up with a whole handful, like a sheaf of notes, and he's kind of leafing through. When he translated the runic writings in the pyramid, Google wrote out the Poppietta stone, which acted like a key for all of the languages in the pyramid. Yes, I think it I'm completely unfamiliar with either of these words, but it translates to something like autopilot.
How
do we turn it off?
I don't want to turn that off yet.
Okay, so we've covered a couple of important things here. First of all, the Falcon is a construct of golem derived magic, because it has its own chem. It uses the same language that the golem magic uses, that Google is starting to understand, but he's pretty much the only one. It's such an old and it's such an ancient language that he's translating it through 4 or 5 other languages to get to a common interpretation. That's why comprehend languages won't work
Makes
on it.
Perfect sense.
It has a chem, and the chem inside the Falcon is the autopilot.
Yeah. So I want to tell Google that we learned open and close if he didn't know that already.
Okay, yeah, he adds that to his list.
I want to see if he can figure out. I just want to like rotate through the runes on that disc.
Okay.
And see if he understands any of it.
So to cut through it all, that disc controls effectively the autopilot compartment, open and closing that little compartment. It controls flaps, it controls landing gear, and it controls attitude.
Okay.
Now, in autopilot, it appears that this golden falcon was built by Pharaoh Rocher for one purpose, which is to tour around his kingdom. So he could fly around and look down upon his kingdom.
Which is why it only goes in a circle.
That's why it's doing a long, slow circle. Now, there are some other symbols. There are symbols on that disc for what would be the cargo compartment. There are symbols there to open and close the cargo compartment. That's what you were also seeing. There's also one for cargo jettison. There are other symbols regarding fuel and power for the vehicle.
Fuel.
By the way, insert name here. If this particular one is about stored power, this one appears to be replicated in the cockpit. Those bars that were moving up and down appear to be a readout of the vehicle's power state. And I must say, it is incredibly low at the moment.
Do you have any idea how we might land this thing?
No. Landing appears to be a very complicated procedure if you want to survive the landing.
Can the Falcon hear me?
No.
Okay.
Can Google possibly translate all of the instrumentation in the cockpit so that we know what we're doing?
He will be able to in time. At the moment, he could probably make sense of some of them.
Right.
If your aim is just to get this vehicle on the ground, then I could probably talk you through some of what the instruments are telling you, but I certainly wouldn't want to be held responsible for anything that might happen.
We have to sign a waiver.
Well, to be fair, insert name here, you didn't even fill out the registration form, let alone signed any waiver. Really, this is going way beyond my requirements at the moment. In fact, I shouldn't even be here.
I like to think that we might be friends.
Yes, let's go with that. Insert name here. To the cockpit. There's a little streak of light as Google runs off to the cockpit. Mark, you see the little imp jump up on the dashboard, and he starts scrambling over the dash, looking at all the instruments and the controls and the buttons. As you're doing that, and you're looking out of the canopy of the Falcon, not only are you very, very low, you're kind of maybe not close to skimming the tops of these pyramids, but you're low. You're low enough that these pyramids look big again.
Yeah.
You can see the sun starting to disappear down over the horizon. Google points up at the overhead canopy where you activated the controls, and the bar charts are all reading down in the very, very red.
Yeah.
We're gonna, and that's the fuel compartments, or fuel power consumption, or
Right. As Google points up to the bar charts, two of them drop down below the red and start to flash. The other two, after a few seconds, drop down and start to flash. And Mark, as you're looking out of the front of the canopy, you see that little that dusk flare of light as the last ray of light just kind of shoots up towards the sky, and the Falcon nosedives.
oh shit! And still no way to get any kind of control.
Everything is off. Everything is black. There's no runes. There's no power. There's no nothing. You are just pointed straight down. Well, you're kind of descending down into a nosedive.
Shit.
Insert name here. I think this is not a good thing.
I think
I have no idea what to do. I assume I sat down in the seat.
Outside of the vehicle?
A bit louder, Brian.
Would I be able to cast a light spell outside of the vehicle?
You can if you want, but you're not going to. You're kind of dropping fast. It's going to be difficult for you to keep the ball of light moving with you. If you cast it inside, that's easy, but outside, that's a different story.
Well, I'm thinking inside's not really going to help us, but outside might.
Are you talking about your light cantrip?
I'm getting a feeling that it's solar powered. With the sun going down, we'd have no power now.
Are you talking about your light cantrip?
Yeah.
That I will tell you that will make no difference whatsoever. And you are right. This Falcon is solar powered.
So when the sun goes down, the power goes down.
I want to cast Featherfall on the Falcon.
Right. Okay. I'm bringing the book out for this one.
Choose up to 5 falling creatures within the range. A falling creature's radius descent slows to 60 feet per round until the spell ends. If the creature lands before the spell ends, it takes no falling damage. It can land on its feet. I know it says creature, but
well, it's going to be versus an object.
Right. I know, right. I'm just, like I said, I'm throwing things to the wind at the moment. We're falling out of the sky. I'm like, slow down!
Right.
Yeah, but how do you do that without power, Sam?
Right. We haven't been able to figure out how to control this thing because it's on always autopilot.
Right, okay, Mark, you cast your spell on all of the occupants of the cockpit. You all find yourself kind of floating slightly in your seats. But for those of you that are in seats, you're being restrained by your harnesses anyway. But you're no longer sitting on your seat. You're kind of floating against your harness, kind of bobbing around against your harness. If the spell works at all, when the Falcon hits the ground, you won't take any damage. Because you'll be kind of the instant it hits, all of your momentum will just cease due to the spell.
Okay.
Will the Falcon be okay?
That was why I was trying to cast it on the Falcon to see if it would work.
Not going to work on the Falcon.
Okay, that's fair. It'll work. Then we'll all have to.
We don't have. I mean, there's no way. It's solar powered. We don't have any way.
But nobody has daylight, and I know I don't have daylight, so.
We can't hear you, Brian. Your mic seems to dip right down when you don't talk for a while.
That's why I was using the idea of using the light spell.
Yeah, your light cantrip is more like a really bright candle.
We would need daylight.
You would need several. You would need several million light cantrips to.
Right, or the daylight spell, which would probably work.
Well, yeah, like there's a sunburst spell, but I think that's a mage spell.
It's also very brief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay,
hey, if
you
someone had a
are
sword-
still falling. You can see the ground coming up quite rapidly as the Falcon's kind of nose is pointed down. It's not dropping straight down, as it does have forward momentum. It is managing to maintain some kind of a glide, but not much.
Should I try and take the staff out?
You can try if you want.
I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? We're all feather falling anyway, so.
We've lost a really cool flying thing.
Not the first time,
Potentially.
is it?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to try and take the staff out and see if anything happens.
Okay, you pull the staff out of the socket in the floor. The kind of swirly kind of pattern, red swirl pattern kind of dims down as the staff is removed, and the runes in the staff stop glowing. You sit back in your seat, and all of you are sat in your seats. You are strapped in as best as you can. You can feel yourself floating under the effect of the Featherfall spell as the Falcon impacts the desert ground. There's a huge crash as the belly of the Falcon slams into the desert, the rocky desert ground, and it starts to slide and starts to spin along the ground as it slides and starts to eventually lose momentum. There's a couple of times where it bounces against some rocks and you feel the body just bump up and down a little, and eventually it kind of pulls up slightly at an upward angle against a small rocky outcropping as it kind of hits and slams up against and then comes to a complete stop. All of you in the cockpit, you are undamaged, but you're kind of up at a weird angle and you're a little bit shaken by the actual event itself. And I think that would be a good point for us to take a break.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we normally take from, it's 11:45 my time, so let's take 15 minutes. That'll bring us to 11 o'clock, which is halfway through the session, and we will continue.
All right.
All right, sounds like a plan.
Eric, sing with the family.
Oh, that's me.
Other side.
Other side? Oh,
Other
right.
side.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
We're all
I had it
we're
right
all
the
different
first time.
perspective. Omar, tell us which one's right.
As
I
the
didn't make a single
as you
mistake. I know that.
as you all look up towards where the top of the mast would be, you begin to see this whirlpool growing above. Turn on the gas now. We have an awful lot of fire now. Okay.
Well, it depends if he wants to rest and relaxation there.
Okay, first of all, well done for breaking the tension there, but timing's a little off. And it is warm under here because I am wearing a very ugly Christmas jumper. Oh, Great Emperor, Great Emperor. I, Amid Bahir, leader of the Guild of Merchants. Yes, I know who you are. You are here every Tuesday. Today is not Tuesday. That means I have to see you twice this week. Get on with it. Yes, Great Emperor. Yes, Great Emperor, whose slippers shuffle lightly in the sandy dunes. He turns to the rest of the group. What is this we hear of golem rights? We would want our property back. You were getting EMF before. See if we can try another room. Oh, I've got ghostwriting. Shit. Oh, I'm out of here. Fuck that. I'm out of here. Screw that. Bollocks. Right, that one got a bit aggressive. Jesus. However, it looks like he's taking a shit. And I don't know if I can move this bucket over. No, I can't pick up the bucket. He wants to keep a desert hare as a pet. Yes, I know, it is a hare. Yes, I know they are food, but he is a golem. We don't know what they eat. They've never wanted to eat before. What else do you want to give him? I'll give him your mother-in-law. Yes, you smile at that one, don't you, Ahmed? And don't you start Dubai. I will give him your wife. She also does not shut up. This is the best meeting ever because she is not here. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Eric, you've just invented the chicken bazooka.
Yes. Yes.
We always knew that you had a
special attack.
Brilliant mind.
Special attack. We have to keep a chicken on hand at all
It'll
times.
be XX triangle chicken bazooka. That's both of the bumpers at the same time.
Right. Yeah.
Let's go watch a fight.
No.
Terrible people.
Oh, I was thinking something else, like Mr. Pump picking up a donkey and squeezing it until milk comes out.
Milk?
No.
Not bun bun. Haw hee, haw hee, haw hee, squish.
Wringing the donkey dry like a dish towel.
And then slap whose backside with it. Or is that just too locker room for this particular moment? Okay,
This entire moment was a lot.
we're going to call this...
Lord King.
If I was a boss mummy, I would have mummy hose too. He needs some milk. Oh God.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm pretty sure this is how you would spell it.
Yeah, the guardian of the secret something or other, lord of the what's it, keeper of the thingamy. Yeah, most people call me Ferro Rocher.
Get out of here.
It's a chocolate coating.
Chocolate and hazelnuts crunch.
It is so
You
rare
show us
that
the
we
nuts
have
part and
guests.
you're disowned.
Please. 10 or below is a fail. 11 or higher is a pass.
For what?
I'm not telling you what for because that will give away the game.
Save his ass.
Crit fail.
Oh God. Good God. This game just fucking.
Sam, you rush over to the cleric as his body slumps to the ground. You kind of catch him in your arms. You have one artifact amongst you that will be able to help you in this matter. If not, this campaign may end here. And I'm not kidding. I've kind of been softly and building you up into the tension. Now we're at a point in this game where almost at the end of chapter 2, we're at a point in this game where this game could end. You have one artifact in your inventory as a group that could help you.
I only have 50 feet of rope.
That's it. That's the one.
50 feet of rope, a toothbrush, and a bar of soap. And the soap's got a bit of rope on it as well. 51 feet of rope.
The golems want their own guild.
The Emperor spits out a date. What? The fat on his belly jiggles with anger as he says it. A guild? For mechanical creatures that have no souls? This is preposterous and also highly entertaining. Guards! Bring the merchant representatives. We shall have a discussion with this intelligent golem. And bring me some more of those little pastries. They're really nice. The Emperor gestures you to sit in his presence.
You need a chicken bazooka that plays like a little jingle, but like a metal jingle when it gets fired.
If we're going for thrash metal, then we need the dragon on vocals. The bomb! Victory to the Lord! Rising from the fall!
Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh.
I hope that came out properly, but
I heard it.
This could get. I'm giving you an opportunity to go somewhere with us.
Is it going to be bludgeoning damage or force damage?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. This is more going to be emotional damage.
Psychic?
Yeah, let's call it psychic damage. It will have an effect on the psyche and the libido. Oh, okay, that's going to be that could be a Constitution save then, anyway, couldn't it? If it's libido, it's like all the blood rushes somewhere and they just faint.
We can't. We gotta slay the dragon.
The blooms of 1,000 petals may fall at your feet every morning. Oh, great Emperor, why do you entertain these heathens? Why do you entertain these thieves? Shut up. I mean, if the golem's got the shits, does anybody need their driveway redone?
Just asphalt straight away.
Yeah.
Asphalt.
All right, Eric, you get an inspiration point for that one.
Yes, let's go.
The blooms of 1,000 petals may fall at your feet every morning. Oh, great Emperor, why do you entertain these heathens? Why do you entertain these thieves? Shut up. Oh, Great Emperor, Great Emperor. I, Amid Bahir, leader of the Guild of Merchants. Yes, I know who you are. You are here every Tuesday. Today is not Tuesday. That means I have to see you twice this week. Get on with it. Yes, Great Emperor. Yes, Great Emperor, whose slippers shuffle lightly in the sandy dunes. He turns to the rest of the group. What is this we hear of golem rights? We would want our property back. Eric, sing with the family.
Oh, that's me.
Other side.
Other side? Oh,
Other
right,
side.
okay.
Oh.
We're all
I had it
we're
right
all
the
different
first time.
perspective. Omar, tell us which one's right.
As
I
the
didn't make a single
as you
mistake. I know that.
as you all look up towards where the top of the mast. Okay, so we are back. Brian was having a few little audio problems. We should get that sorted. I think I can hear me from something, but that's okay. Right. Sam, are you back? You still in chat? Okay, so yeah, if you look on the chat screen now, you can see that I've added this little kind of power gauge next to my name.
Oh, yeah.
Whipperman, welcome Sam Squared, welcome. And notice that
Sam.
you are at the lowest level of power at the bottom there.
Right where it's black.
Yep.
Because
Well, it's
everything
so
inside
dark
is
red, it might
black.
as well. I had to draw that very quickly with some coloured pencils. So you have crash landed in the desert. It is dark. Well, it's dusk at this stage. So it is very dark where you are. And we have a Dahlia raid. Dahlia,
just
thank you very
raided.
much for joining.
Oh, yeah. Good timing.
Everybody give Dahlia some love. We've got a little clip playing there. I can't see which clip it is. That was a short one.
Oh, man, I was just going to shut her out, so I should probably delete that.
Okay, well, I'm going to do it again because I want to see what other clip it throws up because I'm hoping it's going to be one of mine eventually. So thank you for raiding Dahlia. I hope you had a good end of stream. I've had you up on my third monitor. I've just saw that you were kind of doodling, and then some weird dancing was going on. I did see the weird dancing. We're just having a break there. I'm not. I shouldn't be surprised. That's just weird. Raiders, welcome. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Omar. I'm one of Sam's mods. Sam, who is also in our D&D game tonight, but she's kind of telephoning it in. She's kind of half-arsing the event today.
She's stream chatting it in.
Yeah, exactly.
So normally we've got six players in our session. Today we're down to 3.5 if you count Sam kind of phoning in the game. This is my own custom homebrew D&D. This is set in Terry Pratchett's Discworld, which is a kingdom of magic and comedy and sarcasm. It is my own story, but very much set in the rich world that all of his novels have laid out. We are in episode 23 of our game. Our players have uncovered a great, powerful artifact, which is a flying golden bird. And I mean like a vehicle-sized flying golden falcon. Norse Pagan, thank you very much, sir. Giving a sub there to Dahlia. Thank you. So yeah, our players had found this. What was a giant? Oh, yeah, there's some more craziness. There. Oh, you look so young there. It must be a really old clip. It's like half as much makeup as you normally have. It's a little Bubba Dahlia. Oh, have I got the clip audio muted? That's why.
An illusion that didn't happen. That wasn't the best timed fart ever. No.
So how many burps did you get to tonight, Dahlia?
There we go.
So, yes, our players uncovered a giant golden falcon in the very top of an ancient pyramid. Pharaoh Tepikhaimon the First, also known as Pharaoh Rocher, had this great, powerful creature stowed in the top of his burial tomb. And it turns out that it is actually an automaton. They climbed in, they activated, it took off. It has spent the last 2 hours circling around the valley of Djeli Baby, which is the pharaoh's. This sounds so silly when I say it out loud, doesn't it? Circling the pharaoh's kingdom, as our players slowly watched the sun go down. And then after a few mishaps and lack of sunshine, the Falcon has crash landed, which is where we left off just before we took a brief break. So the Falcon has crashed. You are all kind of trapped inside because, you know, it's crashed. I'm going to move my dice cam over a little bit because I'm obscuring Eric's lovely beard there. So the Great Golden Falcon has crashed. You're all trapped inside. It is dusk. There's very little light coming through the canopy, and the Falcon is kind of leaned up against a rock, so it's at a really weird, like 30-degree angle. Fortunately, you're all strapped into your seats, and Mark's Featherfall spell saved you from getting any damage. There was no sarcasm there at all.
Thank you.
Absolutely no sarcasm there at all. It is an excellent beard. He cleans and oils that regularly. We are told. It is known. Yeah, we're waiting for him to plait it and then put some ribbons at the bottom. But
I'm working on it.
Great.
I actually trimmed mine off today. It was actually down to about here.
Mine is really short at the moment. I got really tired of it.
I knew I felt a disturbance in the force.
As if 1,000 follicles cried out in sudden terror and then silence.
Yeah, mine hasn't been trimmed since I went to the barber.
So, you have crashed in the desert. Your Falcon is up at a really weird angle. You're all still strapped into your seats. Thank goodness you figured out where the seatbelts were.
Yeah.
And this pretty much 60-foot tall stone, golden, could be solid gold, we're not sure yet. But this, what would have been a statue, activated itself, turned itself into a flying machine, and now has turned itself back into a statue.
I'm pretty sure it's not solid gold, because we're inside it.
It is a world of magic and mystery.
And the walls that aren't shiny, kind of, don't they have a bit of a stone face look to them?
They're still gold. They just have that kind of texture to them, as if it's like a quilted blanket that's got horizontal stitching on it. It's got that kind of texture to it.
Oh, okay. I just misunderstood that.
So now might be a good time to go to the Orichalcum, since we can't leave the Falcon otherwise.
True.
How do we get to the Orichalcum without flying there?
It's going to prolong the night, though, if you do that, though, too, eh?
Yeah.
Remember, we come back the same point that we leave.
Right. Does time doesn't pass, right, Omar? Or
time does pass.
Time does pass.
And space passes. So depending how long you're away, basically, when Eric and I had a chat about this before, you do not want to activate the Orichalcum ring while you're flying, because then when you come back, you will come back in midair where you were when you left. You'll come back to the same point in space. The time will have passed, so the Falcon's gone, and you just reappear in the middle of air, like at 40,000 feet, and you just So time passes, space passes. So if you're gone for an awfully long time, the disk might have rotated underneath you. And where you return is not exactly the spot where you left. Depends how long you're gone for. Also, because Discworld, depends how far out to the... I don't remember that one.
What the hell was
Well
that?
done. That was dicks, sir.
I had to flip over to the stream to watch it.
That,
Somebody must
Sir?
have added that to your list.
that, I dare say, sir, was a dick.
That was a dick move.
Anyway.
So yeah.
So, yes, now would be a good time, but obviously if you're gone for too long, then you may reappear somewhere else nearby, or it depends how long you're gone. You may reappear somewhere. You might reappear at entirely the opposite side of the disc, because the disc does rotate.
Right.
And remember, it's flying through space on the back of a giant turtle. So if you take a really long time in there, you could reappear off the world. That's an interesting thought. I never really thought about that one.
Oh, enough with the metaphysics. My character can't understand this shit.
I don't
It's
I don't
a
like
magical
that.
universe.
I don't like that part of that. I feel like that part is not fair.
Let's suggest that you don't spend more than a day in there.
Okay.
Would be safe if you want to reappear back on the same planet. If you want to be on the same continent, maybe no more than a few hours.
So
and
like,
if you want to be within visual sight of where you were, you're in and out of there pretty quick. Like maybe an hour. And then you'd come back and you're only an hour's rotation away.
now it just feels like is it even worth it?
Now it just sounds like I'm making this shit up as I go, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, originally I believe it was that time does not pass while we're in the orichalcum. But
you don't age when
Yeah,
you're
that's
in there.
well. That was my understanding. Is like we always come back at the same point in time, as if nothing had happened.
It's been so fucking long since you actually used the rings. Even I can't remember, to be honest. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Time does pass, but distance, but space does not. Let's go with that.
I like that. I feel like that's fair.
So when you reappear, you will reappear exactly where you were when you entered.
Okay.
Now, if the Falcon isn't there because it's flying, I'm gonna
right.
But
yeah,
if,
yeah. No, I'm yeah, that's fair. I feel like the rotation is a bit because we're technically the orichalcum is still on the disc.
Yeah, but it's in the hub.
Right. So it's in the center, but it's still
everything's still rotating at the same.
Yeah, and the further out to the rim you go, the faster the rotation is. I mean, if you get really right to the edge of the rim, on the edge of the ocean, you'll get quite dizzy.
Yeah.
So basically, what we're saying is we should, just to be safe, let's only
in fact
visit for a couple of hours.
If we're going on that basis, if you go from the rim straight to the hub, you'll be a little bit dizzy for a few seconds. Because the rotation of the disc has just suddenly stopped.
It's almost as if this whole flat Earth thing doesn't work.
It's incredible. I mean, you saw the horizon. I mean, it was kind of going up and down out of the canopy of the Falcon. But you saw the horizon. What if something went over the edge?
Wild.
What about all the fish?
Well, don't you know there's a big ice wall or something? So should we?
Do fish wear spacesuits? They go off the rim.
Maybe that's how the giant space turtle eats. He just eats the fish and fall off the edge.
Now, I like that because I really like AWOL Nation, but that really should have said swim.
So should we?
Or before you deactivate the ring, you actually set off a run. You have a little sprint start and then activate the ring as you go. And then we'll go crashing into the wall. Oh, that's just ruined the fun. Okay, so yes, time will pass, space will not. But if you're on a moving vehicle, then obviously the vehicle is moved. you just reappear in the same spot. So let's go with that.
Okay, so head to this
So
aura. What does this aura count?
Mark doesn't have a ring.
Yeah.
Should
So I
we
guess I
hold hands? Does that work?
only if it's the rogue.
And
you can
all
try
the
it.
interlocking fingers come with us, but
And
the
if
rest
Mark's
of Mark
hands
stays
suddenly
behind.
disappear from his arms,
Exactly.
What we could do is we could teleport back, and then we could teleport to the orichalcum, and then someone could take a ring and teleport back and give Mark the ring, and then teleport to the it's a yeah.
It's very convoluted.
Okay, so there's a boat and there's a chicken and there's a fox. Okay.
Or I can just
carry
sit-
one thing at a time. So you can carry the bard, or you can carry the chicken, or you can carry the grain and the chicken, but not the bard because the chicken will eat the grain. Yeah, this is.
Or maybe
don't I
the
just-
bard should just keep an eye out on the Falcon.
Yes, maybe I'll just hang out in the Falcon and wait for you guys to show back up.
I mean, would the bard really
I thought
be
the rings
excited?
I thought the rings were attuned to us, though, too.
They are.
So he would need
Right.
to attune it, and then we would need to attune it back.
Yeah. And I'll
So-
tell you now that holding his hand won't work. Now, given that Dustin isn't here, I'll allow you to steal Dustin's ring. So we'll leave the ranger. Yeah, I'm going to play the ranger because Dustin's not here for today's session. The ranger will remain behind in the Falcon, keeping watch, because he's got all the survival skills anyway. And technically, he can't do any damage in there. Sorry, any more damage in there.
Maybe he can do affect some kind of repairs while he's there too.
If he's going to be out looking for herbs, that could be tricky.
If he can get out of the damn thing.
No, there's no power. Now, if you'd landed before the sun had gone down, which you obviously didn't know about, but if you'd landed before the sun had gone down, you still had power reserves in the Falcon, then you would be able to operate things. So you'd have been able to put it up into its upright position, you'd have been able to open the door, you'd be able to come out. Some of the navigation controls will be working. You're literally running on battery power at that point. But you would be depleting the battery. You're not going to be charging unless there's daylight. And I'll tell you now, you have to have direct sunlight on the Falcon to charge. So just like the old World War II submarines, if they were underwater, they're running on battery power, and they've got to come up to surface to vent all the bad air before they can turn the engines on. So yeah, if you're in sunlight, you're charging. If you're flying through cloud cover or you've got no direct sunlight, you're not charging, and then you're running from battery power, which is the scale that I've added here at the side of my dice tray. So that's the mechanics that I'm putting into place for the Falcon. Now, what maneuvers you do in flight and how they affect the power, we'll talk about in more detail later. But if you are climbing, you're going to be using more power than if you're just gliding.
Perfect sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's
so
no
I guess-
regen feature. And we've already discussed the level 3 autonomy that the Falcon has. Because the Falcon is a golem, and the golem's chem has the word autopilot written on it.
We just have to figure out.
Oh, come on, this was Pharaoh Rocher's pleasure craft. Of course it's going to be something silly.
Right.
If you looked really hard, Eric, you would have found another cupboard that had a little gold bikini hung up in it.
But we failed those checks.
You did roll high enough for that one.
Thank God.
Now, the
Thank
thing is,
God
it was
we
a
failed those
magical
checks.
gold bikini, so it will have like
Oh.
magically resized itself to its wearer.
Oh.
And you are the only one here that's naked. Technically.
Yes, but somehow Marlo would only like to see one person in a gold bikini, and it's not the ranger or the cleric.
Oh, damn it. Be quite fetching for the cleric.
Well, it's not like I haven't been in a skirt before.
I will say, Brian, if you'd used your helmet, you would have seen other things inside the Falcon's cockpit while it was powered up. I did hint that you had some other things available to you that you weren't using.
Yeah. It probably would auto-translate everything for me.
Wouldn't necessarily go that far, but you've got night vision and you've got thermal.
Yeah.
Those two you know about because you managed to figure out with what those were activated. You don't know necessarily what else you've got. You haven't really spent a huge amount of time playing around with it all.
Yeah.
You have Google Lens on that thing. It just labels everything when you look at it.
It just comes up with barcodes.
Well,
I could always. Have you
Until
had
we
it?
get power again.
Have you had it identified in time? That helmet, especially anybody cast identify on that because I can do that at some point.
Well, we had a wizard for a short time, and the wizard wasn't here after I got the helmet, so
Okay.
it hasn't been identified. I've only been using like the basics of investigation, like investigating the helmet.
I'm just randomly pressing bits of it to see what happens.
Yeah. However,
Well, so
I
we
do
go.
kind of have one called Legend Lore coming up that I have access to. But I don't know if that actually goes into effect because, like, that's more of identifying artifacts.
Technically, it is an artifact. And it will. I mean, yeah, you can use it on that, but it's not going to give you an instruction manual if that's what you're after.
Yeah.
It'll tell you what it is and where it's come from. Hang on, I'm trying to remember my alphabet.
Right, I can identify it for you at some point.
Yeah, describe in your mind a brief summary of the significant lore of the device. Tales or stories about it that may have been forgotten. If it's of legendary importance, okay, yeah, you do gain information, but it won't tell you how to use it. It'll tell you what it is and if there are any stories about it in the annals of history. I mean, why you would keep your stories in your annal, I don't know, but just itch. That would just be really itchy, especially if you sit down a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it won't tell you how to use it. Again, a chat with Pharaoh Rocher may have been useful.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so
I
borrow the rogue's orichalcum ring.
The Rangers.
Take the hour to
okay,
the Rangers. Yes.
I'll skip the attunement for this instance.
Right.
Because Dustin's not here. So okay, are you all activating your rings?
Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Pump, where are you keeping your ring?
I don't know.
Because remember, you've got your brass knuckles permanently on.
Right. Can I not fit a ring on under the knuckle?
Not a cock ring?
Do I hear Prince?
I think that would have been
Do I hear
rubbed off.
Queen Victoria?
I think that might have been rubbed off on the way down the pyramid.
Oh, so you're no longer anatomically correct.
Oh, okay, Sam has it.
Okay, so yeah, we'll say that you keep yours on your pinky because it does automatically resize itself magically to fit whatever finger it's put onto. But remember, you've got your brass knuckles on all the time anyway. I don't think you'd actually want to take those off, and if you've got other rings on, that's fine.
Well, Sam said that she had my ring, so
okay. So,
well, she said she has pumps. She didn't say she had your ring.
That's the walk-in.
Okay,
I mean, if you want to get dressed up for the library.
So that. Right. Okay. Do you remember how to activate the rings?
Of course.
Good. So you all activate your rings, and you kind of get that kind of Scooby-Doo thing, as you're teleported back to the Hublands. and into the great library of the Orichalcum, buried in a mountain where the battle wizards and the battle mages fought against humanity and the dragons several thousand years ago. Now remember, the Orichalcum was built at the times of the prophecy, because some of the prophecy was engraved on the door to the dragon's room. You remember that at least.
Yep.
So, you find yourself in the main centre section of the Orichalcum, where the spiral staircase used to be, because that would be the entrance in from the lower levels. You see the stone that has congealed and hardened across the surface of the spiral staircase, where the lava that flooded up as the dragon blasted his way out of the mountain, the lava rose up and solidified the entire chamber below and kind of spilled over a little onto the floors. Luckily, no books were harmed. As you appear, you see, again, the dark library. You look up, and several hundred feet above you, you can see the kind of magical sky with all the stars just twinkling and the wisps of clouds of the Milky Ways above you. Wow. And you can see the shadows and the vague outlines in the dim light of the huge bookshelves that climb 30, 40, 50 feet up high. In the very, very far distance, you see a little glow kind of flittering between the rows of bookshelves.
Our little caretaker.
I'm following your lead, guys. I don't know. Marlowe's never been here. Marlowe's never heard of this place till today.
So should we talk with the caretaker? Probably.
Well, Sam wants to go and see the librarian.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to walk off in his direction, or do you want to do something horrendously stupid that will attract his attention instead? Giving you the option.
Are we going to go for the smart choice or the in-character choice?
Oh, good grief.
Marlowe heads off towards him, not knowing anything. He points him out like, okay, so. Hello.
I feel like I should be like, hey, boss.
Set a book on. Okay. Sam,
you want to get us thrown out?
Spell slots. The glow of the librarian seems to halt and then come like it just slowly comes floating down one of the little walkways between the bookshelf. Oh, it's you. Oh, welcome back. Welcome, and you. Oh, you have brought friends. Who is this? Marlowe sees the ghost of what looks like an elderly man in his late 70s. He's got little half-moon spectacles across the bridge of his nose, and he has no legs. They just kind of disappear down into a wisp. He's glowing a very gentle, whitish-blue glow. He seems to be carrying a stack of actually real books, however.
It's stunned. I introduce myself to him. I am Marlowe, the Magnificent.
Magnificent what?
I am a teller of spinner of yarns, a storyteller, a player of tunes.
Oh.
I'm a bard.
Ah, minstrel. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, if you require more stories, you have the library at your disposal.
I believe we've come to research one specific. Oh, would you call it an item, big guy?
Construct.
Yes.
Oh, you wish to know about more of your kind. Well, it is understandable. You are no longer a mere construct yourself. The ranger certainly did you. Oh, where is the ranger by any chance? He made
He
such a
could
mess
make it.
last time.
I have borrowed his ring to come. He's watching the big construct that we've come to research.
The librarian picks up a book and starts flipping through it. Oh, so you borrowed the ranger's ring piece. Excellent.
Yes.
Very magical. Well, you wish to know a lot more about golem lore. I believe the ranger asked similar things when he was here before. I can guide you. Follow me. He floats off, and the big stack of books in his arms float off with him. You notice that several stacks of books also seem to be floating behind him. So rather than a cart with books on that needs to go back into the right places, they're just kind of floating along behind him. And after a second, one of them kind of jumps up and just slides itself back into the shelf.
That's cool.
Well,
Following
most
him
of the
up.
books are animated here.
I would
Really?
say something along the lines of Fantasia, but I'll get a copyright strike for that one, so let's carry on.
I completely follow the visuals. Follow him to wherever we need to go.
Yep.
Okay. The librarian leads you down a very, very long corridor. You see he's outlined by the little glowing blue light. Brian, are you casting your cantrip?
Yep.
Okay. So those of you that've got dark vision can see reasonably well. You just see black and white with sharp outlines. Until the cleric, of course, activates his light cantrip, and all those of you with dark vision are now blind. After a few more moments of kind of floating around, and you see more books zipping off up into the shelves, he comes to a very what does look like a very old part of the library. Not as in disrepair. Everything is immaculate, with the exception of the dragon books, which we talked about when you were here last time. But this section, the books are very old. The books barely look like they're being held together. The bookshelves themselves are of a different design. Where the majority of the library, it's very austere, very straight, carved wooden planks. These bookcases have a certain amount of filigree carving, it was made by an artist, and they actually took some pride over the woodwork rather than just doing it by volume. So, handmade luxury furniture versus IKEA, which all of this, by the way, is.
Handmade luxury furniture?
No, IKEA.
So it has more of an
handmade
organic
luxury,
feel.
IKEA. Handmade luxury, IKEA.
Yeah. Okay, so looking for I'm.
How far can I push this metaphor? No, let's not. Oh, actually, no. Actually, let's. Because I'm sure that... okay, for those of you that have never been here before, I tend to go on tangents. Eric, you might know what this is. Being a woodworker yourself, there's a lot of light on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that like a... Is it a box? Or is it a...
This is a Japanese kiridashi.
Jackal? Is it jackal?
Cast iron blade. These are originally made as woodworkers' knives for marking wood, but this is a kiridashi. This was handmade. I bought 2 of these. One was given as a gift, as a protectorate gift. Although for general day-to-day use, I just use one of them.
Right.
Anyway, handmade luxury, IKEA. Anyway,
yeah. IKEA. They're the best glass. They're the cheapest glasses you can get, and they never break.
They are quite robust. Yes, they're borosilicate.
Yeah,
so, like laboratory glassware. It's like Pyrex.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
it kind of bounces when it hits the floor.
Yeah, kind of. Pretty much.
And if your
That's a good
flooring's
thing.
IKEA, it just bounces back up into the cupboard and puts itself away.
Oh wait, I'm not supposed to be on this IKEA.
I haven't
surface.
finished that
On
tea
this
yet.
IKEA
Boink. It's like, oh, there goes my drink. Boing. Oh, I haven't finished drinking that. Okay,
Alright,
so
we
you're standing in front of this very ornate, very relatively small bookcase. But the books here are not your typical, like, normal, like, book-sized, paper-bound or cheap, thin leather bindings. These have got big, thick, heavy animal skin lining bindings. These are the kind of things that you'd have to pull out with two hands. That's what she said. So these are very, very ancient books. What about these books? These are very old. These were here before the library was even built. So please do take care. No naked flames. No flames of any sort. No nakedness of any sort. And as before, there is a reading area. Please, no candles. All light here is magical for good reason. And beware, some of these books have been here a very long time. A very long time. And you know how magical fields seem to build up around these things. I will continue my regular duties. I have many books to sort. Just give me a shout, very quietly, of course, if you need any help. And he floats away down another aisle, taking his like floating train of books with him as one more pops up and slides itself back onto the shelf.
So it's almost like we could be in for some surprises for opening some of the pages.
Mm-hmm.
Who's taking these books out? Is there anyone else in this library?
Not that you know of. But
So
do you think you're the only ones with the rings?
No, well, yeah, no, but like, we're never here at the same time. I want to know who else has the ring.
So one of the let me just check to see if I've actually got the chapter. I don't think I do. I did have the chapter written out for the earlier part of the game. One of the things that the librarian in Ankh-Morpork talked about quite briefly to you is the concept of something called L space. Now, when you have lots of magical books closely packed together, the magical energy builds and multiplies. And if you get enough magic in a space, you find that it starts to bend the fabric of space and time. Now, in the case of the library in the Unseen University in Ankh-Morpork, the worst that would happen is a couple of students would wander down a corridor, and several years later they would come back. In the case of someone who can navigate L space, and that is mostly what being trained to be a librarian is, how to navigate through L space, you can move not only between different points within the library very, very quickly, almost like teleporting, but you can move between libraries. Now, that is something that you cannot do in the Orichalcum. This is so sealed off from the outside world, all of the magic has remained contained. But do be careful, because some of these volumes contain so much magic that the books may become sentient. Some of these passageways and corridors may take you to other points in the library, or other points in time in the library. Bear in mind what your rings are doing already. They're already teleporting you through space and time to this place. Now you compact and combine magic from loads of different sources. Good magic, evil magic, good history, bad history. All of that magic will gel together and create some interesting things.
By the way, did Google teleport with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, everybody else would be naked.
True. Yeah.
Mm.
Google. I think you might want to see this.
You hear the bolt slide back, and the little hatch
still has to be.
The little hatch pops up with a boing. The little dark green and brown imp sticks his head up. He's got little plastic goggles over this, and he's still wearing the parachute. Oh, hello, intern. Oh, he lifts up the goggles. I never believed this place actually existed. Is this the Orichalcum?
It is.
How on earth did you get tickets to this one? I hear they've been sold out for centuries.
I used to work here.
Well, I take back most of the things I thought about you. Anyway. You see the imp reach down, he turns a big buckle and the parachute drops off. Tosses, just like takes the kind of goggles off and tosses those away. One moment please, insert name here. As he disappears in the streak of light down one of the aisles, you hear the input.
Nobody tell him I was the janitor.
Yes, you worked in sanitation. Dragon sanitation.
Still work there.
Right.
Yeah. Other janitors use a broom. You had a shovel.
So do we? How big is this bookshelf? Small, big, small.
Let's say it's not much bigger than what I've got behind me. So there's maybe 50 or so books on these bookshelves. They're all very thick, heavily bound volumes. The books themselves are like huge, and some of them are almost a foot thick. You'd be amazed if they were even written on paper.
Are they alphabetized?
Not that you can discern.
Do they even have names on them, or is it just like blank books?
No, some of them do have runes down the spine.
Do I recognize the runes?
No. Some of these books don't even have spines. Some of them have what look like big iron rings that are holding pages together.
Binders.
Spiral notebooks.
I'm thinking... no. Let's say if you took a giant piece of stone and drilled 2 big holes in it, and then you stacked them together and bound a piece of molten hot metal iron around it. Something like that.
Are any of them made of clay?
Do you want to drop one and find out?
That wasn't my... I meant like golem clay.
Okay. Mr. Pump kind of starts looking along the shelves. He's kind of running his fingers along the books. You feel some books that are made out of stone. This is big, thick, heavy stone. It looks like granite. You've got the little sparkles of quartz in some of the pages. Some of these books seem to be made out of metal. Your hand brushes over one that may have pages made of iron. And you can feel the kind of coarse, rough sand kind of surface of where the iron page was originally cast in sand. Some of the books seem to have leather bindings, but the leather is so thick it doesn't look like any creature you know. Cow leather is maybe 5 or 6 millimeters thick if you get a full hide, and if it's been well tanned. If the leather's been split, like for making good quality bags, you might get 1 or 2 millimeters thick. This leather is centimeters thick. And it has like a reptilian scale on one of the books. As you go further down, you see, rather than books, you see scrolls that have been kind of stacked up. Most of these scrolls are in ceramic tubes. So like clay, simple clay-fired tubes with like cork stoppers at either end, and they've kind of been piled and stacked up on some of the shelves. As you go further down to the bottom, you start to see just scrolls, just parchment or bits of leather that have been inked or carved, just rolled up and shoved in there.
Okay. But nothing that stood out as golem clay.
Everything stands out at this point.
Yeah. Did we find the 10 Commandments?
Do you want to give me an investigation roll, please? With disadvantage, because you don't know what you're looking for.
Can it get worse? Yeah, no. 5, 2.
I'd say that's no.
Oh, okay. All right. I was
if you
really...
do see a golden chest shoved in the bottom, then...
Ooh, let's open it.
Close your eyes, Mary, and don't look.
It could be one of two things. Because it could either be the Ark of the Covenant or Pandora's box.
Or Pandora's Nicodril, for all you know. I mean, she had to keep her small somewhere.
I'm going to cast my comprehend languages again, see if I can see any words come up on any of the bindings or word to stand out that would indicate for the Pharaoh, Rocher, and his the time period, statues, golems, all that stuff that was.
So while Google was in Pharaoh Rocher's tomb and he was creating the Poppietta stone, you would have had some time to at least read his kind of key for all the languages. I don't know if any of you, I mean, for those of you that are familiar with the Rosetta Stone, it took the most ancient language and translated it multiple times through different languages. So the most modern back to the most recently modern and back through history. So it's acting as a key, as a legend for the oldest of the languages that are there. Now, you did pick up some of that. I will give you that. But you're going to have to cast that at a very high level.
It only allows me to cast one at first level. It does not. It doesn't scale up.
So, because of the way this world is going to work, I'm going to make that a multi-level spell.
Okay.
If you cast it at level 1, it is current languages across the disc. If you want to read older or ancient language, it's going to have to be a level 2. And if you want to read this level of ancient, where you're having to go through multiple different languages to translate, it's going to have to be a level 3 spell.
All right, I'll pop it at level 3 then.
Okay.
I have the slots open.
The joys of being a DM, I can make this shit up as I go. But never unfairly. I do always make a point of that. Okay, so you cast at level 3, and you recognize what you see. When you cast comprehend languages, how do you see the words? How do they appear to you?
That's a good question. I've never really. I would assume that I would be looking at the language, and as I cast the spell, the words on the pip would swirl into common.
Okay, so
eventually translate themselves into common, because that would be my base language.
You're basically casting dyslexia on yourself.
More or less.
Yeah. Okay.
That actually sounds like a pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty much how it would work. I'd be looking at it. I'd be comprehend languages, because as I'm looking at things swirl, and they would eventually just translate themselves into language.
Okay, so very much like Harry Potter, where the letters are rearranging themselves.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, so for the books, for the actual bound books that are on the higher shelves, that's mostly what happens. The letters kind of rearrange, and they seem to kind of fade in and out from the mist as they start to make sense to you. But as you go lower down and you start looking at the tubes, the scroll cylinders, you get a effect similar to what you saw inside the Golden Falcon. The letters are floating. almost like they're floating in glowing, burning flames hovering above the surface of what you're reading. And when you get down to the very bottom level, you start to see little parts of a scroll, where a scroll is partially unrolled or it's kind of gone, it's telescoped out of its tube, and you can just see some language. The letters are kind of glittering and floating off the page. You recognize several different languages on all levels because you've cast it at level 3. You also find at the very, very bottom of the bookshelf, kind of tucked away in the back, you see a couple of wooden strong boxes that may have held other more precious books to protect them, or maybe more dangerous books, or maybe these are just wooden crates holding stone tablets like the commandments. Where do you want to start? I believe, Sam, you have comprehend languages as well. So everything I'm saying with Mark here, Sam, you're going to be doing the same thing. Sleeps here until a friend shows up.
Well, I think I want to pull out the. Is anything? I was looking for like the keywords of golem, the flying Ferrero Rocher, golems, flying falcon.
You've got a growth on you.
Yeah, I have a furry growth on
you. You might want to shave that while you can. As a million follicles suddenly cried out in terror, and then. Okay, you just out of sheer happenstance, you go down to the very bottom shelf, and you see a wooden chest. No bands of iron or brass or anything like that. It's just a very simple, thick, heavy wooden box with a hinged lid. And just out of curiosity and maybe just dumb luck, you pull this chest out from the bottom and pop the lid open. Inside, you see very old straw that is starting to kind of, frankly, fall apart with age. And you see some stone tablets. These are not hewn stone. These look like they've been formed from some kind of mud or clay and fired after being carved.
I read them.
Okay. It is not really a page turner, I'll tell you that now.
Pretty much.
On the tablets, you see the first incantations, the first of the ancient incantations about how to create an automaton. We're not even getting to golem here, just to make something move under its own magical power. Now, the first tablet talks about the reasons why. The ancient civilization that needed things to be powered for agricultural reasons. They wanted a magical wheel that would just keep spinning always to move water through the fields. And you see very crude, because it's basically mud and a bit of dried stick, and they're just scraping these words and these drawings into the tablet. You see a very crude depiction of a water wheel, and the incantation to create that wheel, to give it the power to spin forever. As you move through the tablets, they get a little bit more complex. You see a design for something that looks like a grinding mill, for maybe grinding grain into flour. You see a device that could potentially have harnessed the wind to help power other areas, so that lesser magic could be used, and harnessing wind power or harnessing the power of the moving water would take over. Because as you go through this stack of stone tablets, the magic required becomes more and more and more intensive. Now, this stops at agricultural equipment. That's all you find in this chest. But there are other chests at the bottom of this bookcase.
I'll move on to another chest.
Okay. Meanwhile, the rogue, who is also kind of doing the same thing, is looking at the clay tubes that hold scrolls and documents. She pulls one out at random and unrolls it on the big reading desk. One of the little magical lamps start to glow, casting light down. Sam, you also have comprehend languages, so again, you will also have to cast this at level 3 if you're going to go down through multiple languages to be able to read this. You find not quite what you were looking for. This particular scroll seems to have lots of very ornately inked diagrams of humans in various positions.
The Kama Sutra.
The scroll is fascinating. The rogue is transfixed.
You can do that?
I just imagine the rogue like, and they're just rolling it up, putting it in her bag.
The rogue sitting there with a pencil. Done that one. Done that one. Oh no, definitely did that one. Oh, that was a Dane clutch. That wasn't it. Done that one. Ooh,
haven't seen that before.
Ooh, really? Do we think the donkey would like that?
A person's legs can move that? Can you? Yeah.
So the rogue is occupied. Mark, you pull out another chest. Yeah, that's what she said. And again, you've got big clay tablets packed in straw to protect them. These are very, very delicate. These are a little bit thinner than some of the others that you've seen. And again, you see diagrams, very crudely scratched diagrams. Again, these are mostly about appliances, so to speak, agricultural tools. A tool that can be pulled behind an oxen to cut furrows in the land. A tool that will harness the water power to actually pump water up to higher levels, using like an Archimedean screw to move water up a level. And the only thing that's powering this screw device is the magic of the automaton. So this screw is constantly spinning, lifting water up to higher levels of land. You find in the very bottom, in the last chest that you look, you find a single tablet with the outline of a human. Almost like one of those crime scene outlines. With the kind of drawn or scratched in clay outline of a golem. And you begin to read. The magic that is required here is beyond you.
Oh, yeah.
The magic is so powerful you do not recognize the command words. You can't even begin to pronounce the command words. But the words are here.
I'm going to call Mr. Pump over to see if he can read the words. If you understand.
Okay, Eric, can I get an Arcana roll from you, please? I did tell you about this a couple of weeks back, that you were doing multiple Arcana checks.
That is an 11, which is not bad.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not bad.
You see the tablet. You at the moment you don't dare touch them. You know how brittle and delicate these are going to be, and we don't want more opposed strength checks, do we? So
no, we do not.
As Marvolo takes the tablets out gently and laying them on the floor, and is looking through the spells, you look down. You recognize some of the letters. Because some of the characters really haven't changed over several thousand years. But this is, again, beyond your ability to read or comprehend. What you have here is effectively the blueprint for you. These are almost like the schematic drawings of you, of the first construct, of the first golem. And the spells that are written here, you recognize the shapes. You don't know what they mean, but you recognize some of these shapes as the shapes that you see on your body when you go into full rage mode. Now, you can't understand what is written here, but you have found... Effectively, you have found what would be the words of your god. The direct words of your god. So whereas we're talking about the Ten Commandments and Mount Sinai and all that, right, this is the golem equivalent. This is the words of your creator written down. These are the words your creator used to breathe life into you. This is the most ancient of ancient magics. Eric, can you give me a Constitution roll?
Yeah, that's fair. 7. Is it a saving throw?
Yeah.
So it's 7 plus 8. 15. There we go.
15. Okay. Brian, are you watching all of this? Because we know the rogue is busy looking at the Kama Sutra.
Yeah.
While you watch Mr. Pump read through these tablets, Mark, you don't notice because you're reading through them yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You see Mr. Pump not only kneel down, but you see his body kind of start to sag and fold in on itself slowly as he reads through more and more of what he sees. If Mr. Pump were human, you were 100% sure you would see him cry at this point. You don't know what he's reading. You just know he's reading something incredibly old, and it's having a physical reaction.
Or turn is like white as a ghost. It's like, what?
Oh, that's racist. But no. he's actually like a clay browny red. Eric, this would be the... I'm trying to think of a human equivalent. The human equivalent would be for an orphan who's never known its parents to see a baby photo.
Yeah.
Or to see its birth certificate.
Yeah.
In middle age, it finds these documents.
So it's not kind of like an awe.
Yeah.
It's not. This isn't really an
something similar.
Diddums kind of moment, no. So you are seeing the words of your creator written down here, and the creator of every golem. The very first time this magic was used, it was written down. But it was so long ago that the language has been forgotten so many times over. Now, Marvolo can read it, Marvolo can translate it, but Marvolo cannot hope to replicate it.
Yeah.
Also, some of the runes that you've seen in the past, you begin to realize their context. And you have a slightly better understanding of your runes. Now, you notice some runes there for power. Some runes there which have the context of knowledge, of information being passed. You notice runes there of movement. You also recognize one rune from the translation that Google did, which means breath. In the context of breathing life into a golem.
Right.
You obviously recognize the rune for golem.
Yeah.
Now, tying into modern history, and I'm only doing this because this is how Pratchett did this in the books. In Pratchett's Discworld, most of the golem text would be the equivalent of Hebrew.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the language or the character set that I'm talking about when I'm talking about very curvy, almost paintbrush style. Whoa, steady on, Brian. Chill.
Oh, it's just getting system notifications.
Yeah.
The calligraphic runes. It was quite
What?
loud. The calligraphic
I
runes
thought it
that
was
you're
me
seeing
first.
are very similar to what we would consider to be Hebrew characters.
Yeah.
I'm only going there because that's how Pratchett laid this out in the books.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have found the words of your god. You have found the words of your creator. Maybe not your direct creator, but the descendants of your creator.
Yeah.
This is a humbling moment, even for Mr. Pump.
What happens if we try to take something from the orichalcum?
We don't know. You haven't tried that yet.
Because I'm gonna want to take this.
Or
I could have Google copy it.
would wait for Google to come back and do a rubbing.
Yeah. Well, what's that? Yeah, I don't want to see him do that.
with your little rosy tushy?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Do we see any sign of Google?
You can see the kind of greeny, purpley streak zipping around the library every so often, but he's not anywhere close by.
Yeah.
He's really doing an update. This is a long update.
Google 2.0.
Okay, Mark, as you're looking through some of the scrolls, you see some more modern depictions of golem use. You find a scroll that depicts a golem horse. A horse that is, it's still an automaton. It still looks like a horse, but this is a horse that will never tire, that will run at a gallop forever.
Interesting.
You see similar automatons that were created. Many of them appear to be failed experiments, but they were documented nonetheless. You see an early creation of a golem that was used for marital use. This did not fare well. According to the notes that have been hand scrawled at the side, like kind of scratched in after the fact, you pick out the word abrasive. You see a depiction of an automaton cart, a cart that would pull itself, that didn't require an oxen or a horse to pull it. That apparently worked very well until they realized they couldn't stop it.
Oops.
And it just kept rolling and rolling and rolling until the stone wheels wore themselves down.
That would definitely cause a problem.
You also find scrolls of other various types of golem, human golem, that were used for very specific purposes. These seem to be more akin to what Mr. Pump is. A golem that was created for a specific duty. In Mr. Pump's case, it was sanitation. It was just cleaning. Some of these golems were built just to build other things. So they were construction golems, like a crane or a bulldozer or something. And these very, very early versions, they had no logic built into them. So you would create a golem that was just designed to dig. And unless it was told to stop, it would just keep digging and digging and digging and digging and digging until it falls through the disc. So the evolution of golems was not something quick. For them to get to where Mr. Pump is took several thousands of years.
Wow.
Eric, this is the closest you're going to find to your, well, I would say family tree, but model history is probably more appropriate.
Yeah.
So he's the Mark 5000.
Mimetic polyalloy.
uh, I was thinking about adding, because we talked about adding a feat, and I was thinking about doing just like, what is it, skilled, skilled, where I can choose proficiency in 3 different skills. But I was kind of waiting for this because I wanted it to kind of tie into the orichalcum, where I could go and learn things.
You technically haven't had your long rest yet, so you haven't leveled up.
True.
I thought you were going to go for something like dual wield or extra attacks or something. But we already did discuss that your weapons are doing more damage now.
Yeah. But I'm also thinking about like flying the Falcon. If I'm going to have to start doing arcana checks and things, I would like it to be better than a -3.
You're doing arcana checks because you don't know what the Falcon can do.
Right.
So you are just doing it by trial and error.
Yeah.
Once you've got a better idea of what does what, then you won't need to be doing the checks.
Okay.
We still haven't even talked about the navigation yet.
Because at the moment, start to become automatic.
At the moment, all the Falcon's going to do is take off and fly in circles.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I could be doing like someone could be assisting me, couldn't they?
For the navigation, certainly.
Yeah.
You could have a pilot and a Rio.
Yeah.
You can even call him Goose if you want.
Well, then maybe, maybe I'll still think about the whole feed thing. But anyway, so I'm learning
Plus,
more.
now that I understand that I can upcast comprehend languages.
That's a mechanic I've made up on the spot to fit the story that we're telling.
Right, but if we could, that can. I'm assuming that could also work for me to understand what the runes are reading inside the Falcon once it's powered up.
Now that you've seen more runes and you've translated through multiple languages, yes, it will make it easier.
Because I could pump that at a 5th level, and hopefully that could probably do it.
Yeah, but you're gonna have a hell of a headache afterwards.
Okay. Cure wounds myself.
I'm trying to figure out what to do with this information.
So while Mr. Pump is grappling with his first existential moment,
his newest existential moment.
What are the rest of you going to do? Is Sam still with us? Because she was still looking at the Kama
She's
Sutra.
been quiet for a while.
Right.
Brian, what are you going to be getting up to?
Well, I don't really have any way of reading the older texts because all I can speak is Common and Elvish. So,
are you going to kind of have a nosy through and maybe just look at the pictures?
Yeah, I can look at the pictures.
Okay. Where do you want to go? Top middle, or bottom?
Let's go for the middle.
Oh, middle shelf. Okay, so we've got some more modern leather-bound style books, but very, very thick leather, and we've got some of the ceramic tubes that you now know hold scrolls.
Right. I don't know, maybe check out one of the tubes.
Okay, you pull one of the tubes, just a random?
Yep.
Give me an investigation roll, please.
By the way, if we had seen the 10 Commandments, the tablets, I was really hoping that we would look at them and they just said, "Don't be a dick."
I just got to remember what investigation is here. So since I'm not proficient, I just get the stat bonus and not the proficiency bonus.
Correct.
Okay, so I got an 18.
Okay. You pull out one of the scroll tubes, unroll it onto the reading table, and you see a scroll that documents several very ancient species of animal. Now, these seem to be animals of the desert region, not too dissimilar to where you've been. You can see what look like a very ancient form of antelope. It's slightly misshapen. It's much larger according to the scale that's written on the diagram, or at least the grass that it's standing next to. And the horns aren't the usual kind of gazelle antelope style where they kind of go straight up like antennas. These curl more like a ram's horns. You see a creature that looks like an elephant, but it has no trunk. You see a creature that looks very similar to a rhinoceros that's been shagged brutally by a triceratops. So it's a rhinoceros, but with a huge kind of collared flare behind its head and multiple horns. These are creatures you've never seen before. These are creatures that predate your religious texts. You see other types of reptile, like the great offler that you used to serve. We haven't decided if you still serve. But the giant Nile crocodiles that we'd be familiar with now, that are maybe 4 or 5 or 6 meters long maximum. These things are considerably bigger. These are almost barges in size. And from the array of teeth and a very crude drawing of one of these attacking some prey, these things were monstrous. Maybe 20 or 30 meters long. You see depictions of other ancient reptiles, flying reptiles. One that looks remarkably like the wyverns that you've seen in the cathedral. Like the drawings that you saw in the lower levels of the Great Pyramid, when the Wyvern Riders were fighting against in the Mage Wars. Your curiosity takes you a little further along this row, and you pull out another scroll, entirely at random. This one seems to have been filed in the wrong place, which is unusual given where you are. This particular tube is a different colour. It has different engravings around the outside, which is what draws your attention to it. It's like, this one looks a little bit out of place. You pull that one out.
Yeah.
And as you unroll this basically it's a very thick piece of hide. It's almost like unrolling a wetsuit onto the table. It makes that slap sound as the edges kind of flop down. You see a very ornate, beautifully painted and decorated with gold leaf and silver leaf. You see two depictions of dragons. One of the dragons you recognize. The tips of the scales, where the scales would be catching the sunlight, have been just tipped with gold leaf to give them that little bit of extra depth. The inks used do not appear to be inks. These appear to be pigments that maybe have been ground up from some ancient, now extinct beetle shell that gives it an iridescent, glittering look as you kind of move around on the paper. And you see a depiction of the great bronze dragon that you released from this very mountain. You cannot read the words. The words are in a language you've never seen before. On the other side of the scroll, next to him, you see another depiction of a huge, great dragon. This time one with 5 heads. It's a hydra. Again, the drawing is very anatomical. The kind of thing you would expect to find in an explorer's notebook when he's documenting a bird that he's seen for the first time. Rather than like a butterfly pinned down onto a piece of cardboard. This is more of a quick sketch that's been elaborated over time. And very clearly, each of the heads are a different colour. Different pigments have been used, different iridescent components have been used to give the white almost a metallic shimmer. The green has depth to it as you kind of move your head around. You see the green almost as if the scales themselves were glittering. Again, there are notes and things scrawled in the side in a language that you do not recognize. You've never seen this before. Give me a history roll, please.
I got 24.
Okay. You do recognize the language because you've seen it somewhere before, but you can't read it. You saw some of these characters, not the entire language, but you saw some of the characters. Maybe a derivative of this language. You saw some of the characters carved on the door below you.
So it's kind of like the draconic language.
Possibly. But on the door to the dragon's chamber, where you saw the frieze of the Dragon Wars, where the King Olaf and his Wyvern Riders were fighting against the battle mages, around the outside there were carvings that you couldn't recognize, you couldn't decipher. You still can't decipher them, but you remember where you saw them.
Right. Well, I'm kind of having a little bit of a thought here. I'm going to step away from the scroll a little bit, and I am going to bring out my picture box.
Finally!
And have the imp do a picture of this scroll.
Excellent. Right. Add that to your inventory.
Okay.
Photo of dragon's scroll. Excuse me, sir. I'm not entirely sure I can get all the detail and the colour. I'll do my best.
Well, get as much as you can.
Did you buy the special metallic ink cartridge? That would help.
Well, can you do a mixture with the colors?
Usually just comes out as brown, but I'll do my best.
Well, like, mix the colors as best you can to match what's
right,
there.
yo, governor. Disappears down into his box. For some reason, you imagine this imp should have been wearing a beret. He wasn't, but he should have.
I would like to ask the bard if he notices anything in the scrolls about freeing an automaton.
Do I?
You do not. Thank you, Brian.
I'm sorry, big guy.
Punctuating my thoughts with Windows sound effects. Excellent. A critical error around about now would be helpful.
Right.
I thought I turned that off. I muted Google, so I don't know why it's still coming through.
Thank you.
Hello, insert name here.
You do not.
Okay.
Whatever the ranger found is no longer here.
And he didn't take it to our knowledge.
Well, he's not here for you to ask.
Right.
Any of that. convenient that the only person who has actually done research on golems in this particular library is currently not playing the game today, and had to be left behind to look after the Falcon.
Right. Interesting.
Almost like I planned. That would be diabolical, sir. Allow me to wax my mustache.
We'll just be a DM being a DM.
I would like to call on the librarian or caretaker or whatever he would like to be called.
Okay, you how are you going to do this?
I want to ask him if he knows where this might have gone missing. If there's anything missing.
I kind of feel like I need a monocle now.
I want this librarian to, oddly enough, want to be called Monkey. Because the other librarian doesn't want to be called, like...
You can try.
No, I'm not going
You
to.
might revoke your privileges. You might cancel your library card.
I'm going to call him boss because I feel like that's what he was.
You shout down the corridor. You try boss. That doesn't seem to have any response.
Sir, Mr. Librarian.
At that, the kind of the glowing light across the other side of the room suddenly stops and starts moving back towards you. Yes. DB235, I think you were, weren't you? Yes. How can I help you?
DB235. DB. Dragon
bitch.
You're the cleaning bitch.
Defecation bitch.
It seems like something is missing here about the golems. Do you know where it might have gone?
Well, this is all the information we have here, and I can assure you that nothing has been removed since you left us.
Was the ranger looking at these things?
Ah, yes, your cloaked friend. I do remember him spending some time here while the rest of you were off reading about dragons, I think. Nonsense. Yes, I do remember that he was here for some time. I don't know how much of this he would have understood. Many of these languages even I don't speak. These were dead languages even before I was alive. Of course.
Thank you for your assistance.
Certainly. And when you have a moment, we could do with a clean-up in aisle 42.
For a decent wage, I might.
He's out of earshot by now. He's just floated off.
How did the rogue understand it?
You mean the ranger?
Ranger, sorry, yeah. How did the... Curiouser and curiouser.
Yes, very much.
Well, we've established that it's not impossible for items to be misfiled. Certainly not misfiled by the librarian, because he's doing it magically.
Yeah.
Unless somebody's deliberately put something into a location where it shouldn't be. Now, I don't know if any of you buy vinyl or have ever bought vinyl. If I go into one of my local record shops and I'm looking through the kind of bin with the vinyl, you're just flicking through it and you find something, oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure I want that, but I don't want to take it out and carry it around the shop with me all day.
So
you hide it in the wrong section.
Yeah.
So you know where it is when you want to come back to find it.
I've actually done that with comics before.
Similar process, a big basket, you're just flicking through them, isn't it?
Yep.
Google.
No response. He's off. He's still updating. This could be several terabytes worth of update.
Working at EVL for that reason.
So the information could be somewhere else here. Probably is.
Maybe the ranger moved it. Maybe the ranger didn't put it away. Maybe the ranger put it away in the wrong tube. Or it left it just rolled up.
Could still be on the table that we were using last time.
The librarian would definitely have moved it. He wouldn't leave stuff out like that. But it may have been put into the wrong tube, perhaps.
Should we open more tubes?
Could be in one of the books. This will be, because of the scale of you searching, this will be investigation checks from everybody. Brian and Sam will be rolling with disadvantage because you don't recognize enough of the language.
Man, come on.
I thought these were your legendary dice that you'd waited an eternity for.
19.
Oh, they're rolling according to my character. I can't be mad.
That is quite the disparage. Well, I think I got a +2 to investigation, so I'm thinking I got an 8.
Sam, if you're able to, can you roll, or do you want me to roll on screen for you?
Yeah, I got an 8 because I'm not proficient at it. Just remember, Sam, our proficiency thing switched to +4 instead of +3.
Yeah, she hasn't leveled up her character yet. We didn't get a chance to have that call. Okay, I'm going to roll on screen. Crit.
Well.
Crit 1?
Because it's with disadvantage.
Oh, it's right here.
She gets a 2.
I had the same thing. I got a 15 and I got a 6. So 8.
Sam rolling with disadvantage gets a crit and a 2. Okay. That's unfortunate.
Well, at least it wasn't a crit and a crit.
Yeah.
Okay. Oddly enough, it's the bard that finds something interesting.
Well, he is translating like everything right now, so
yeah, the bard's going to have a headache for at least a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
This will affect your spellcasting ability.
Okay.
You find what looks like a paper scroll, one of the really delicate ones, but it hasn't been housed in a tube. It's been kind of tossed on top of the leather skin rolls that were kind of crudely carved into big thick sheets of leather. Because of that, it's been damaged. Now, can I get a dexterity saving throw, please?
Okay.
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt on this one.
11.
Okay. As you kind of pick up the leather scrolls that kind of piled on top of it and pull it out, you can hear the cracking of the papyrus or the paper that it's written on, and you can feel that it's starting to crumble. You move it over to one of the tables and you start to kind of unfold it because it's been crushed slightly. Unfold it very gently. And it's been pretty badly damaged because of the way that it was put back on the shelf. You can see in the center is the drawing, quite a detailed drawing of a golem. A very simple, kind of non-anthropomorphic shape of Mr. Pump. Obviously smaller, because, you know, it's to scale. You can see some of the writings of the history of the golem, the purpose of the golem, what was it designed to do, how do you control it. And on the other side of the scroll you can see some of the writings that lay out the magic spells that would have been cast on the golem to create it. Most of that, as you get towards the bottom of the page, is damaged. The sections about the chem have crumbled almost to tiny little fragments of paper. Some of the sections about the magical spells and incantations used to breathe life into the golem, those pages are crumbled at the edges and starting to fall apart. And as you look at it, you see kind of like a very faint aura, a glow on this page begin to dim. Whatever magic was holding this document together is fading rapidly.
Better hurry up if you want to get a copy. Got something here very delicate and it's fading fast. So.
Brian, can we borrow your
Okay,
picture?
I'll try and get over to take a picture of it.
Okay, you kind of hold the picture box up and you kind of instruct the imp. It's like, you're right, Governor, could you kind of keep it still a bit? You wouldn't happen to have a flash gun, would you?
Oh, just a second. Okay, I'm gonna have to balance it in one hand and do a light spell in the other.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Just hold it. Just a sec, mate. Just a sec.
I take the box and hold it for him while he casts. I'll hold the box while he casts the light spell.
You hear a like a shutter going in an old camera, and the cantrip that you've positioned. You see, Marlo. You see that as soon as the cleric has cast his cantrip, the paper starts to dissolve under the light, under the power of the light.
Oof.
By the time the click is gone, most of the document's side has disintegrated, and you just see little clouds and wisps of dust floating down. The glow of the document, that kind of magical energy glow, is starting to recede across the page, almost like you're watching a document scanner in action as the magic drains out of the document.
So kind of like in the final episode of Moon Knight, then.
Wouldn't know.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No. But if you were to set fire to the corner of a document trying to light a barbecue, and the glow kind of goes across the page and turns everything black as it does, similar to that. But this time it's turning it into white ash.
Like, I hope your picture box got what we wanted, what we needed, because that scroll is gone.
Well, we'll find out shortly.
You wait a moment and you hear a little whirring sound that sounds like a tiny little bicycle going, and a piece of paper spits out the front.
And the answer is...
It's a very small piece of paper. Probably no bigger than say a post-it note would be. But on that you can see that the imp has captured most of the text, the drawing of the golem, and he's actually captured the blue glow as it's moving across the page, as the magic is literally draining out of this document. So whatever spells were cast to protect this document and to keep it archival for as long as possible were damaged when it was improperly stored. Now, if it had been put back into one of the tubes and corked to protect it from light and heat and moisture, it may have lasted much longer. But to be fair, he's a ranger, not a librarian.
Right.
Lucky he didn't wipe his ass with it.
Damn it, Dustin.
Okay, gentlemen, TikTok, you've been here for An hour and a half.
I don't suppose there's anything else we want to look for.
I didn't find anything on the Golden Falcon, did I?
No.
Monster. Okay.
You found writings about other mechanisms and automatons, like the horse, like the forever rolling cart.
Right.
I mean, Exxon would have something to say about that one.
Right. True.
But a flying creature, nothing anywhere near as complex as that.
Gotcha. Okay, so that must have been the Pharaoh's special toys. Okay.
Is there any reason to look up things about the artifacts that we have?
You could do.
I mean,
are you talking about beyond what was inscribed in the prophecy on the pyramid walls?
Yeah, I guess if there's any, if we're gonna find any more information.
But and for the helm and stuff, I can identify. If there's any magical items you don't have, I can just identify them.
Well, like the staff that I got. I'm just wondering if there's anything more to it, and if there's any way for me to find out about it.
Something like that would either be a high-level wizard, or maybe you could talk directly to the librarian himself.
Yeah.
And ask him if he's knows of any knowledge. If you're going to go looking for a book about...
No, yeah, I would want to ask the librarian. If, so, there's not an exit, though. I don't know why I was going to say we can make our way towards the exit, but there's not an exit.
We just use the ring.
Just use the rings. So I'll ask Mr. Librarian again.
Ah, yes, DB235. Yes, how can I help?
Would you know, rather, is there anywhere I would find information on something like this? And I'll show him the staff.
He kind of pushes his little half-moon spectacles up his nose and he examines, like bends right down against the staff. So close that his nose actually goes through it. Well. I have a feeling you have other items made of this metal. Just a guess.
Is that significant?
Well, if you're talking about conquering the world with the magical artifacts, then no, of course not. Of course, if you're going to just put some bristles on the bottom and use it as a broom, I mean, go ahead, but it'd be a little overkill. It'd be slightly flammable as well.
What do you know about it?
This is a metal. Well, this isn't really a metal. How can I put this? You remember the big lizard thing that was downstairs? Yes, of course you do. Yes, DB235. Of course you do. You're probably the only one alive that remembers the creature up close, so to speak. Yes. Okay. How can I phrase this that a human mind could understand? I'm being delicate, of course. Okay. First of all, is this the only item you have made of this material?
Are all the artifacts made of the same material?
All the artifacts are the same material.
No.
The crown is, what was it? My mace was part of it too?
Yeah. And
Sam's, well, actually, the egg I don't think was made out of the material. But...
The egg was not. The dagger and the necklace was.
Dagger, the necklace, yeah.
Are you going to take these out
Crown.
and show
The
them
crown
to her?
was the other one.
Yeah, that's what I said first. Crown.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, you take the other artifacts out and present them to the librarian. More of the magical globes of light kind of float around him as he's examining these.
Don't get them so close together.
Well, this is very interesting. When I became a librarian, we had to take several ancient oaths. Thou wilt not run, thou wilt not eat, no naked flames in the library, that kind of thing. More like guidelines, but not for you, of course. You no flames. Every librarian will know of the prophecy. These are implements of the prophecy. I am sworn to speak no more than that.
Oh, you cannot do that to me.
But
I've got my quill out.
I can tell you where this material comes from. The great bronze dragon that was imprisoned below this level, the one that I believe you freed. He sighs, kind of disappointed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
DB235, you were probably the only creature ever to get close to that dragon. Close enough to inspect his scales, should we say. I am surprised you do not remember this material.
Well, if my DM had asked me for a history check, then maybe. I probably.
Well, that was before you were enlightened.
I probably would have failed it, but you know.
Do you want to try anyway?
Yeah, hey, why not?
It's a 3, isn't it?
It's an 8. It's an 8.
Looks kind of familiar.
No, history is, -3. 5.
You kind of scratch your head at it a little. Yes, these.
Of course, Sam remembers.
let me go back a little. Before the Dragon Wars, before the Great Dragon was imprisoned downstairs by the battle mages, he was their victory trophy. He is what they were fighting for. And imprisoning him to power their spells was always their goal. The greatest source of magic on the disc, apart from the Great Atuin himself. That dragon was a giant powerhouse to power not only this library, but all of the spells. Before that happened, it was rumored that he gave one of his scales to the great king, King Olaf. And King Olaf fashioned that scale into several very special items. You are holding some of them here. The crown that King Olaf wore linked him to the dragon. He could communicate with the dragon. This staff that you present me, this is also made of that metal. I do not know what the staff does. These other items are made from the same metal, but I do not know what they do. I have only read of King Olaf's crown. These are made from the dragon himself. Lest you tear your own bone from your body and carve it into a knife. I can tell you no more. my duty is sworn.
Thank you.
Now there is still
crestfallen.
there is still that cleanup in aisle 42.
I don't work here anymore.
You will always work here, DB235.
I gave you my 2 weeks notice.
Did you?
4 months ago.
I don't think this game has been running for 4 months yet. Just think of how much damage the dragon could have wreaked in 4 months. From the time you were here last, I would say perhaps 2 weeks have passed. Two, maybe 3 weeks.
I gave my 2 weeks notice 2 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago, I post-dated that shit.
Yeah. Okay, so can the staff be used as a weapon? We haven't really.
You haven't tried. You haven't attuned to it yet.
Right.
So you would need to have your long rest, a long rest to take time to attune to that item.
Yeah.
It is more than just a control stick, yes.
Yeah.
And I can identify that for you.
That would be great.
You would be, Mark, you'd be able to identify that it's magic, and that it's made out of a very unique metal, but no more.
Okay, that's all I couldn't.
You might be able to tell what type of magic it uses.
Yeah, usually identify.
Usually, yes, but not with these artifacts.
Okay. So.
These are very ancient artifacts. When Sam presented her dagger to the wizard for identification, he almost jumped away from it.
Okay.
His appraisal of the dagger was that the thing was evil, that it had intent. Almost as if there was a soul trapped inside it.
Oh.
And he didn't want to touch it.
The Horcrux.
In a manner of speaking, yeah.
Well, it's just so old and so powerful magic.
This has been made from the scale of a dragon. This will be powerful magic. Powerful magic. Powerful.
So, should we go back to the Falcon then?
Yeah.
I wonder if Sam's gonna clip that one.
I asked the librarian before he flies off again if I could perhaps get my own orichalcum ring, so I may return this ring to its proper recipient.
Do you think this is a country club that we give out memberships?
I could sing your praises.
Are you a mage?
I do dabble in some of the arcane arts.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Okay, here you go.
Thank you, sir.
If Lutze was here, he would say, but is it not written that shy barons get out? But Lutze is not here.
All right. So are we heading back then?
Yeah, I would say head back.
And we can have our long rest, I suppose.
Okay. So to head back, you just need to twiddle the rings again.
Yeah.
The kind of Scooby-Doo effect happens. You get the and everything kind of blurs out of focus, and you feel like a lurching deep down in your stomach, almost like you're going down the really steep bit of a roller coaster. And then you are standing inside the Falcon again. Sam twiddles.
Yep. It's almost that feeling of Harry Potter aberration.
Yeah. You find yourself standing inside the Falcon, then immediately start sliding down it.
Trying to grab onto like the smooth walls.
Grab a chair if I can grab one.
I guess we'll just sleep in the corner down here at the bottom.
Okay. So, I think that's where we should probably end it tonight.
Yeah.
We've got a lot covered. You know more about your Falcon.
Yeah.
It's going to take you a while and a lot of checks to get the hang of flying this thing.
Yeah.
As well as regular navigation checks required to know where you're flying it to. You have learned a little bit more about Golem history, although some of it is now been lost to the years.
Oh, Google. Did we leave Google there?
Well,
I have a feeling we did.
If you did, it will take a little time for Google to get back to you.
You could always teleport back and see if he's still zooming around.
He's going to be zooming around for some time.
Yeah.
Good thing he didn't leave the bag. That could have been messy. So you've learned a little bit about Golem creation, about Golem design, why they were created. Mr. Pump has seen the literal words of his god. The first man who created Golem is literally Mr. Pump's god. Even though Mr. Pump is almost a demigod himself now, at least amongst his people. So you have seen the original drawings, some of the original words, some of them are now lost, but some of the words that would have created the Golem, and some of the words that may have changed its function. You are not able to find information about the Falcon specifically, but you've been able to find more information about other types of automatons that were used, or the structures, whether it was horses that could run at a gallop forever, or a cart that would never need to be pulled. It would just, like a motorized cart. I mean, who in the devil would design such a thing? You have also gained a little bit more information about your artifacts, that there is lore surrounding these artifacts. Not just mystery and story, but there is actual lore. Not only was it written on the inside of the earliest and the oldest of the pyramids, but the librarian himself has sworn oaths to protect certain pieces of knowledge.
Yeah.
And he told you as much as he could.
It's a deep conspiracy well.
And Sam has now learned to do the forward-facing dog bending to bending to the upright, praying to the sun and lotus leaf position.
Now the real question is, was she here when you were talking about that?
Well, she is now. I don't know how much of that she caught. Okay, so you are going to bed down for the night in the Falcon. You're kind of squished up against the back corner of it.
Maybe there's some pillows in one of the bags of holding.
Sam, are you DMing us from the toilet again? And she did.
Well, I guess you'll have to watch the VOD then.
Yeah,
Sam.
she'll have to watch.
She will.
Have to watch the replay. Yeah, Sam found a really old version of the Kama Sutra, and ticked off much of it.
Oh,
sorry, your tummy upset.
Yeah.
If it's the morphine that they gave you, that's quite common. That's definitely a common reaction. I've had that. When my brother was taking oxycodone, it just blocked him up. Just like if you take too much ibuprofen.
Yeah.
And they had to give him like a high fiber supplement that made him fart like a bloody steam train. Still. That's not my lasting memory of him, but it's one of them. Right. What else did we cover? We've leveled up. All the characters will now officially level up because you are taking your long rest. So all of your stats, all of your spells, reset them to 0. Brian, you need to do your create food and water before you go to sleep. Otherwise, you'll have to use it when you wake up, and then you lose that spell slot for the rest of the day. So do it before you go to bed. Remember, create food and water is 30 pounds of food and water. Basic but very bland food and water. It's sustenance, but it's not exactly a 4-course meal.
Right.
So it's kind of like tofu.
It's not Heroes Feast.
Nah, worse than that. It's kind of like MREs. Meal rarely edible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, or yeah, like instant ramen, which is actually, I think, has been proved to be undigestible.
I'll try, Sam. I can't make any guarantees.
Oh, if you want noodle, you need to speak to Sweeper. You need to speak to Lutz.
I make a very good noodle.
Very good noodle. Okay, so reset your stats. If you're leveling up, level up. Reset your spells. Eric, you need to decide what your feat is going to be.
Yeah.
So do have a look through the handbook for that. If you want something a bit more custom, let me know and we can at least discuss it.
Yeah. Sure.
I'm not going to go too far outside of barbarian class.
Yeah.
But if it's within character, I might allow it.
Okay.
Yes, his feet are freaking huge, and I'm giving him another one.
Third foot.
Up his ass.
That's what she said.
Oh, were we supposed to pick a feat?
No, this is just for Mr. Pump.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, you are bedding down for the night. You have as much information as you need to at least get yourselves together and potentially back in the air if you haven't damaged anything in the morning.
So also, one not so cautionary measure, but just bear in mind, since I'm level 9, I now have access to Raise Dead if perchance anything should happen to anyone.
Multiclassing into Necromancer.
No, it's because I am a life. I automatically get access if I have a level 5 spell that's available to me. I can cast that.
Right.
Like,
didn't you also already have a Revivify, which is
that's the
lower
one
level.
that costs material though, because you have to have at least a 300 gold piece diamond.
Oh, you don't need the material for Raise Dead?
Nope. Raise Dead is just Raise Dead. You only have 1 hit point, but you're alive.
I'm pretty sure Sam's got a 300 gold piece diamond kind of hidden away in one of her backpacks somewhere.
Probably.
I think Raise Dead also, you got more time with Raise Dead than you do with the other one.
Yeah.
Revivify is like...
I think it's like within 10 days.
Right. Revivify is like 10 minutes.
It's got to be within the gold. It's got to be within the golden hour.
Yeah. You did kind of clear out that Lich's treasure room, so I'm sure there's some good stuff in there. Raise Dead is not something that Pratchett dealt with in the books, so I might have to style that one out when you first use it. But yeah, if that's a class feature, then yeah, you'll have access to that. There may be a few consequences there. Zombies do exist in the Discworld.
Because the 2 that I have access for being a life cleric is Mass Cure Wounds and Raise Dead.
Yeah, I think both of those are going to be helpful going forwards.
Yeah, I can't remember Mass Cure Wounds, if that was kind of like not time constraint.
Mass Cure Wounds can be pretty much when the battle's over. Or in the middle of the battle if you really need to.
Yeah, that's just what I'm taking a look at here.
Okay, audience, I don't know how many of you still hear from Dali's raid. Looks like quite a few of you. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you've enjoyed today's session. Bit of a mixed bag. Not as much comedy as I normally play with. But nonetheless, thank you for joining. I know Dahlia's obviously gone off and done stuff, but again, thank you for sticking around for that raid. Our next game would be in 2 weeks' time, which would be the 3rd of June. The 3rd of June. Unless anything happens in the meantime. Streaming wise, I am going to be possibly doing a jewelry stream next week. I'm actually making a piece of jewelry for Dahlia based on her doodles. So the doodles that she's been painting on these flower pots that she's been doing, I'm going to be making a piece of jewelry for her, but it just depends. I've got some work on this week. I've had some work on this week gone, so it just depends on how much time I've got between these jobs. I don't think it's going to be hugely difficult, so I should have time to at least make a start on this piece. But I'm turning her artwork into a wearable. That's literally what I'm doing. And I'll remind everyone, as before, and it's a bit late now, but any donations, any bits, any subs, anything like that comes to my channel goes straight to our lovely Silver Streak. For those of you that don't know, Sam and her husband have been in a very long and lengthy court battle for full-time custody of her stepkids, his children, and we're trying to just get as much money as we can to help pay off their massive legal bill. I think they're almost halfway through it now, from about this time last year. So anything you donate, Twitch does not take a cut of. So whether you want to donate to me or donate directly to Sam using that link, please do. Every dollar counts. If every one of her followers was to donate $1, that would be a chunk of the bill paid. If every one of her followers donated $10, that would be the entire thing clear. So we just need a lot of little bits of help would be gratefully received. And anything I'm earning from my stream, because I'm actually pending a payout from Twitch, anything I earn from my stream is going to be donated as well. So I'm not keeping any of my funds, what little I get. You started at 35,000 and you've got 3,000 left.
Great.
So yeah, if you can spare $1, $2, or if you can give generously, the link is there in the message that I post, or if you donate to me on one of my streams, that goes away as well. That was when did we do the subscriber, the follower stream or the subscriber stream? It was October, was it?
No, I thought it was in like August.
Was it that long ago that I made the ring? Wow, I haven't done a jewelry stream in a long time then.
Yeah, it was July or August.
Yeah, but yeah, as part of the subscriber stream, I made one of my ring designs, and that was raffled off as part of that stream. So if you can donate, if you can give, please do. Anything donated to me or any subs or bits that are given to me go straight to Sam as well. Right, I know Sam mentioned Void King. I've also got James Lee on, and he's been promising to raid me for a while. So I am gonna raid James. I know Void's only got the one viewer, which would be nice, but just because I've been talking to James quite a bit this week, we're going to be raiding James Lee. So if you can stick around for the raid, James is another British streamer. He is also a Final Fantasy fanatic. He's working his way from Final Fantasy 1 all the way through to Final Fantasy 16. At the moment, he's playing Final Fantasy 6. And as he proudly states on his stream, no emulation. He's playing this on original hardware, which is fantastic. So if you can stick around for that, please do. These are my socials coming up here if you want to catch up on any previous episodes. And there's our little raid message. So let us go ahead and see if that works. Crap. That didn't work. I might have to do it through the dashboard. I think I had problems with this last time. Let me just bring that up. and we'll do it the good old-fashioned way. So, thank you very much for sticking around, guys. I hope you've enjoyed today. There's more on my YouTube channel. There's more in my Twitch history, because I always save these videos in my history, so you can see every episode that we've done. Some are a bit hit and miss. Some of them are just outright stupid. But if you like the adventures, do stay with us. We play every Friday night, every fortnight on a Friday, 9 p.m. UK time, which is 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight at the moment. And let's go say hello to a friend of the family. So thank you very much, guys, and I hope you have a great night.
See y'all.